Be right with you guys. I'm just gonna get water for these cats, and then we can start. You hear them losing their mind. Business as usual. Hope everyone's having a good day, and I'll be right with you. Okay, so I'm scared. Today's gonna be scary. Reason today's gonna be scary is because I'm pretty underprepared for Food Earth in terms of the bosses. I'm gonna want some sort of precision weapon for, I mean, likely Venom as well. But for Annihilation, I definitely need that. And I kind of haven't prepared at all. So, we'll see. I might end up taking a calculated detour to get some resources, maybe level up the Widowmaker a little bit. I've managed to keep my power level down to 7, which is good. So I won't need to upgrade too much once I get to that point. So I think what we're going to do is, provided I'm good on consumables right now, we're just going to go right into Root Earth, fight up to the Train Yard, and then evaluate how much difficulty I've been having. Train Yard's a hurdle because you got some difficult elites there. Then you got Cancer. Then you've got the hardest room in the game, in my opinion, because it's waves of enemies at a very unfavorable place, followed by the most obnoxious elite in the game, which I normally run past in softcore, but that's not safe. So I'm gonna need to kill them. Which isn't precisely safe either. We'll just have to see what happens. And then I have Venom, which my counter to Venom in my Apoc playthrough was B Invader. But my Invader isn't leveled. I would need to be level 5 Invader to do what I'm used to for dealing with Venom safely. So I'm kind of at a loss. And then that's before even getting to with Annihilation. Bonesaw Annihilation does not sound like the play. It's possible that we get Healing Shield by the time we get to Annihilation, which would be best case. I'm thinking I should start working on Invader. I don't have too much in the way of resources, so let's see what I can sell and whatnot. I'm not trying to upgrade that. In terms of loadout for Annihilation, I'm definitely bringing Enigma. I don't know if I need to really upgrade that any more than where I have it, because it won't be super useful against the main boss, but we'll see. Anyway, how we doing, Priz, Rolo? Anyone else might be lurking about? Alright, Pooh, how are you?
Okay, that's all you get. Bye now.
So I'm not gonna craft, like, most of these weapon mods, so I can sell their materials. Like, I'm not gonna make the cube gun, so I can sell that. I can sell the Blood Moon Essence. Xenoplasma's bugged, I can sell that. Not gonna use Bottle Shade Berry, I can sell that too. I'm gonna keep Scroll of Binding. That's for Song. Song is good. And I think I'll keep the other things. Melted Hilt, I can sell that. Not to use that. Okay. That leaves me a bit more to work with. Starkiller would probably be pretty good. But I'm not trying to experiment that much right now. Being really honest. I know the Widowmaker works. I'm gonna use it.
2 shots, center mass.
It's easy. You got this. If I can get past Venom, I'm not super worried. Yeah, Widowmaker to +4. I'm not gonna put it any higher than that right now. Good setup for Apoc final boss. I'm a big fan of Medic, Enigma, and whatever precision long gun you like. So that could be Huntmaster, it could be a Wrangler, it could be a Widowmaker, it could be any of the 3 bows. I would recommend something in that sphere. You could use Coach Gun as well if you have range increases. You want something that you can click once and do a lot of damage to a weak spot and give you time to focus on your dodging. Which is why I don't really want to use the Bonesaw. Enigma really helps with the orbs. This dude's still asleep, huh? Probably gonna want more ammo boxes, but I can worry about that when it comes time to actually do Annihilation.
Great.
I don't have enough Corrupted Luminite to upgrade, so we're gonna run over, we're gonna grab Invader from Wallace, and start working on that. About Deceit. Deceit has a charge up, so I don't know if that's gonna be ideal. You're also not really gonna have too much time to apply the mod, and since Deceit can't weak spot naturally, it'll just be worse there. Because it can't weak spot at all unless you use its mod. But Annihilation has a very, very open weak spot, so you're just kind of actively making it harder.
Till next time.
Yeah, the way I see it, I'm really gonna need scrap. There's a bunch of stuff that I want. But we'll work on it. Get some stam. That's my hot bar situation. Not really using that 4th slot. I guess I put Ghoul Serum there for if I really need to outrun something. Some sweaty hardcore action. Something like that, Jaybridge. How are you? Okay, enough time wasting. Oh yeah, this is still at Narud. Yeah, I could, in theory, go do side dungeons here, but, you know, we don't need to do that. It's not why we're here. Only 4 worlds, 5. You've got Yesha, Losum, and Narud. You'll have to do one of those before you get access to the Labyrinth, then you do that as your second one, then you have the other 2 of the trio that you didn't complete, and then you have Root Earth. Excluding Labyrinth? Yeah, excluding Labyrinth, there's only 4. I'm gonna rip off the band-aid. I don't need cutscene hype. Let's do this. I'm not really gonna deviate for too much of the side loot that's available, I don't think. I'm not gonna be equipping any of these items. Everybody says stay hydrated. I'd like to not wake up at 2 a.m. to pee every night anymore. That's valid. That is super valid. I'm gonna check the spreadsheet real quick here. My heart options. Yeah, Crystal Heart is Dark Conduit. Which I could do. I have Dark Conduit in my Narud. We've got Resonating Heart on Root Earth. I think I'll grab that. It's like the next best thing. I think that's over there. Okay, now I just need my frames to cooperate. That's one of the biggest things I'm worried about.
This looks like Earth.
Okay, this area is level 12, but my power level is 7. So there's definitely a minimum. Best relic? Yeah, no best. Depends on build and playstyle. And situation. So they actually did something really interesting with spawns in this room, which I really like from a game design perspective, is there's a ton of hidden items in this room in Ashen Wasteland. A ton. And when you're close to one for the first time, it spawns a pack of mobs to tell you. Very thoughtful. Like, there's one under that. There's 2... behind over there. There's like 3 in this building. You can see the beam from one of them right there. And really good, some of them. Thank you, Invader Dodge, for helping me out when I have no frame rate. This is why we stand Invader in this household. Yeah, I need frames to deal with those mantises, man. Also, I'm very down on power. Under-leveled is not a good look for this zone. We can at least get to that first checkpoint. PC's dying? No, it's just the game runs like this. I mean, PC's dying, but that's not causing this. Lots of people with better PCs than I have the same issue, so...
Oh, shit.
No. Not just me.
G'day.
There we go, a resonating heart. We want that. Yeah, we're probably going to be using that for final boss, most likely. Either that or a lifeless heart with as much healing efficiency as we can scrape together. I don't know if I said good morning. Hi, Urban Mac. How are you? I think that's the only item we need to detour for. I don't care about the others. We need to sit. I don't want to get caught off guard by one of those hidden item packs I mentioned. Multiplayer in this game is whatever everyone wants in Dark Souls games. I don't know about everyone. And there's some core issues I do have with how this game handles multiplayer, but it exists. Is game worth to buy? I think so. Their classes? Yes. As multiplayer? There's nothing like majorly wrong with it. Just I'm picky when it comes to multiplayer on games. The game is like a lot harder with multiple people. So they've been working to balance that post-launch. But yeah, this game's great. For me, this is game of the year so far. So if that doesn't tell you it's worth it to me, then I don't know what would. Play story with multiplayer? Yeah, my first playthrough was with 2 of my friends. This encounter's scary. I shouldn't be doing this. Thank you, Invader.
Damn it.
That's not what I was trying to do there. Something where my reloads like that. It's so scary. struggle with this guy. So I can stagger him like that? That's actually sick. Not gonna be able to replicate that against the boss, though. Okay, I was hoping to use that as a learning experience, but I kind of couldn't. That clutch stagger might not have been clutch. It's like, Venom, the boss I'm most scared of, is a bigger one of those, and he didn't get to do more than one attack, so I didn't get the practice. Favorite boss coming up? Listen, try time. I'm already scared. Already scared. PTSD. When will an invasive alien species have creatures that just want to cuddle? Isn't that like a bunch of Star Trek and Mass Effect? Oh boy, handling. Unironically, maybe. It's a wholly original idea thought up by me. Understandable. It's looking like the Stranger Things upside down map or something. Not super far off. How you doing, Dex? Boy, a melee damage relic fragment. Really needed that. When is cancer? Soon. Answer go live. I'm scared of the hard part. Yeah, the hard part is boss we're gonna run into pretty shortly. I mean, we've got a boss between now and then. I'm not as worried about that boss, but there's like a hard mobbing room before then too that I should make sure I'm prepared for. The accent will be fine. Stop it. It's worth noting that you can see on my minimap, this area is level 12. I'm level 7. Not my best decision. But resources be like. What's max level? Max player power is 20. incompatible. I'm suffering. I'm hoping it's fixed by the time I can play. If not, I'll start my second character early. Okay, here is Cancer. Now, I got enough scrap that I can go grab an upgrade. Here's the catch, though. I don't want to level so much that... I don't want to level so much that the next zone is even higher level than this. Because if I do that, then I'll end up with this problem again on the next boss. And then the one after. I think crossplay would be, how would I know? Clean run all the way to Talaratha, and then got yeeted by the zombies. That was the final region. Damn. Out of galvanized iron, out of scrap. Gonna need another concoction from Mudtooth.
What can I do? Well, shoot.
Gonna need more ammo from Reggie. Oh, berry needle. I'm not actually gonna make that sword. I can sell that. What's bone sap for? I think that's a mod I need, but I guess I could go check the cave and see. I'm gonna sell the throwables because, not because they're not good, but because I do not trust myself to use them safely.
Come round again sometime here.
Get another ammo box from Reggie.
Hello again. Rest assured.
I could go to the labyrinth to get Leto's Mark II. And then use Bright Steel.
Now, if you need supplies,
I don't think I will.
old Reggie's you got.
Want trainer bracers from you. Weirdest thing happened to me last night. I was lobby hopping random Ward 13s to check their casts, dropped into a lobby, and some guy I think was hacking, instantly rewarded with all Apoc hardcore weapons, all gear, ton of scrap, all rings. Yep, some people do that. I don't know what it is about multiplayer games where people just like inflicting that on other people. Maybe it's a power trip thing. It makes me just not use matchmaking in any game, ever. One. Sure, that's a multi. No, you can't. They were using third-party tools. There is no way to share like that. It's not legit. I have 509 scrap left. Power level's up to 9. What would provide the biggest increase right now? Guns are average, I think. So An extra World's Edge level makes the most sense. Need 3 iron and a bit more scrap.
You know where to find
Okay. Back to Cass.
Hey!
World's Edge also gives me an option against cancer when I'm low on ammo. It's a risky option, but it's something.
Don't be a stranger, okay?
Oh, one of those Twisted Idol got that, all others. So at least you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Ah,
Need forged and galvanized iron. You don't happen to be selling
You
that,
know where
are
to
you,
find
Cass? I'll check back after. Only power level 9, though. This will have to do. This will just have to do. So ammo reserves here. As much as I want to level Invader, can I justify it against Cancer? I'm thinking no. I'm thinking Alchemist gives me more value. I'm not gonna have Invader leveled by the time I get to Venom. I just need to accept that. I just need to accept that. I got Regenerator on his Corruptor, Apoc. At least Corruptor's not mechanically difficult. It's not too hard to deal with. Wish they made that part of the game better, like it shouldn't be so RNG. I completely agree. I feel like in ideal circumstances, Cass would just be a storefront where she's got an item on offer that's significantly cheaper that you can snatch up, but then everything else is there, just maybe prohibitively expensive, allowing you to pick what you want at a higher cost. Let me confirm my loadout for the last time part of Hardcore. Yeah, we're gonna go through this a couple more times.
Well, that's odd.
Alright. First of 3 Root Earth bosses. Drain. Okay, that's pretty forgiving, all things considered. Okay, tank that, that's good. Frames. Not right now. Why do you drop on Cancer's attacks of all times? Healing. Thank you. Love when the hitboxes of that just decide, no, you don't get anything. Played that as cowardly as possible.
We can't carry any more of that.
And it was the correct choice. Hey, Hypo, how you doing? Looks like I'm right on time. Hey, Penner. You die, lose this character? Yes. If you die on a hardcore character, you are kicked to the main menu, and that character is just a corpse on the main menu. You can't log into them anymore. They're just dead. Hey, JSGFX. How goes it? Well, we got through cancer. It was not a clean fight. My frames gave me plenty of scares as well, but we got through. I am a little worried about my damage with this bone saw, but that's why we got the Widowmaker. Hopefully we get enough resources in this map that I can get the Widowmaker up enough. Like Starscream says, cowards do survive. So true. Sometimes when you enter this map, you're in combat. Did I get invaded and made it past cancer yet? Because I've gotten it on other characters, and in one of the recent patches they made it so any archetypes you've gotten on your account can be purchased from Wallace. Instead of going the normal crafting route, you can just purchase them. It costs scrap, but like you can do it. We're gonna be going through this area super duper slow. There's a cliff that I need to be careful of. Never thought of doing that, but yeah, World's Edge hits them while they're in the ground. That's very comfy. Leave me alone. Bonesaw is not ready. He's not. Absolutely daring me.
Whoa.
I can feel it calling. There he's 13, yeah. Okay, the last one was 12. This one's 13. Which means Venom will be 13. So, these long leg elites, there's only like 5 in the game that I can think of. And they are so scary. They do so much fucking damage. And you're forced to deal with, like, a lot of bullshit in the room while you're fighting them. I'm down. Trying to melee is a pain too. You have World's Edge for some wallbang cheesing. Pretty nice. Very helpful. Well, that happens. Medic 4, that's big. If I can somehow get Medic 5 before Annihilation, we will truly be gaming. How you doing, Sora? It's extremely likely that I'm gonna have to do, like, some adventure mode after Venom. Maybe even before Venom. I am weak. I'm under-leveled, and I do not have the resources to fix that right now. I would need to either grind XP or level gear. Probably before Venom, yeah. Like, being in a 13 area with 9 power is already Monka enough. And I don't have Wormhole to make Venom easy. Couple attacks can one-shot, don't want to be weak. Yeah, definitely not. Hey, mini cancer. I think this is the only one of these in the entire game. Which is kind of why I hope for a fleshed out Rooter in DLC. Why is Invader so good for Venom? Because the Wormhole skill allows you to just get out of range of one of the harder to dodge attacks extremely easily. And Invader also has aggro redirection, which really helps against Venom, because Venom moves slowly, and the attack pattern is very, like, spaced out. So if he starts doing a combo, even if you only have 3 seconds of aggro redirection from an Invader clone, that buys you so much time to reposition. Like, the play for Venom is absolutely Invader Medic. But my Invader's not leveled. So I'm gonna have to do Medic Alchemist and just not die. Not during my swing. Too many cancers in the game. Ah, yeah, one's in the Invader portal. You're very right. I forgot. I almost said portrait, and then I tried to correct, and I did it mid-word because all 3 of my brain cells are occupied with this. I'm not getting much out of those. It's a little bit of scrap, a little bit of XP. Hello, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Don't mind me flailing around trying not to die. Welcome in, Raiders. You know, if you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in build crafty games. Currently in the tail end of a hardcore playthrough, which is permadeath of Remnant 2, trying to get the gun you unlock for beating veteran or higher difficulty on a hardcore character. So I'm playing very carefully. I'm very underleveled for this zone. If you look at my mini-map where it says Corrupted Harbor, that 13 is the area level, and I'm level 9. We have 2 bosses left to beat the game. And I am currently in need of a fresh diaper. But I hope y'all are doing great. They're trying to force me to push up, aren't they? I'm gonna have to push up into the long leg thing in a baby venom, and I don't want to, but I need to. Got forged iron from that though, that's so worth. This is where that ghoul serum is going to be useful. I'm going to run. It is not in my best interest to do so, but I'm doing it anyway. Split-second decision, re-YOLOing. We turn and fight. Not the sticky bomb attack. Yeah, that did that much to me from baby venom. I need to gear up. Ow. So that dude with the cloak and the sword and stuff, we have to fight a boss version of that in like 5 minutes. So that's what I'm petrified of. Scariest boss in the run, in my opinion. He's got a wonky hitbox, it hits very hard. It's a low visibility fight, and you're likely to be underleveled. Looks like a 15 to me. Seeing as it's on my monitor, I can tell you it's a 13. The other in hardcore Apoc, you know, whole strategy. Yeah. Chain slowing. Yeah. It's been ages since I've been DJing enough to catch you. Are you getting enough sleep? Usually you being here means you're not sleeping. I'll beat up your sleep schedule. Come on. Present it. I'll fight it. Hearthstone, Battlegrounds, and Apex tonight is a great night. Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad. Or you can cheese it with a fire tornado and Archon. A fire tornado isn't cheesing it unless you have self-damage immunity borderline, you know, which requires a leveled handler. I'm not gonna inflate my power by leveling a handler to boost a mod that I don't have. And that's still not a particularly safe strat, because if you get stuck in your own tornadoes where you can't see or move, and then you get hit, you're dead. Orders together looks like a 15. Yeah, I bet. It is small on the screen. So, you know, going through, compression, yeah, makes sense. Just did 12 hours, so I'll sleep at some point. Well, as long as you're taking care of yourself. But as always, I do appreciate you, you stopping by and hanging out. It's always good to see you. I don't love the bone saw for this fight, but
Oh, try.
as you can see, resources, I can't really be picky. Now that ghoul serum saved my life. That one that I happened to loot from a chest at random. That'll let me sprint past the long leg elites and not have to deal with those. Now I could have killed them for XP, I could have killed them for resources. It was safer to pass them. I stand by that. Now, getting the simulacrum here would mean that I could get 2 more relic charges from Wallace. That would be nice for Annihilation, but I have more pressing things. Like, I have no iron, and I need iron to upgrade. So I'm gonna buy all of your iron, all of your forged iron. Sell you 3 of those back.
Your debt's still at 2 now. Remember that.
Got Dreamcatcher, you can make Crescent Moon. Probably the strongest guaranteed weapon. I did not have Nightweaver Losum hypo. I had Imposters. So, no Dreamcatcher. I plan on using Widowmaker. That's what I used for my my Apoc clear. So we're gonna do that. Widowmaker for Annihilation, that is. I'm probably just gonna force the bone saw through on Venom. Getting World's Edge levels is certainly a choice. I would rather get Enigma level. 2 more galvanized iron for an Enigma level.
Well, look at you.
And Sagittarius be good too. Requires me getting that specific side dungeon on Yesha.
I'll be here when you get back.
We're in kind of a resource quandary right now. I need to increase my power level, but the only way I can do so right now is by putting a level into World's Edge. I don't love that idea. I go Berserker's Crest to get better use out of World's Edge, but that's still so stam negative that I don't like it. Maybe I switch to a summons setup for Venom. Like, if I go Summoner or Engineer, I could put down a turret and just have my roly-polies and then try to play keep away. Point focus ring, it's gonna hurt my status damage. Hey, Hypo, thank you for the prime, I appreciate it. Welcome back from ad jail. I appreciate the support. Thank you for choosing me with your multi-prime. I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. And it's been a pleasure having you here. Rerouting cable could be really nice here. Considering how much rolling and sprinting I'm going to be doing, that little bit of shield's going to be a nice buffer. I do want that. Venom's not that bad, although I bought it too much probably. Venom's not super bad, Gloomy, but the thing is, I personally struggle with Venom. Like, Venom gave me the most problems in my Apoc playthrough, out of all the bosses. So that is a skill issue on my part, but I need to respect Venom because of that. Even on Veteran, as hardcore, I don't get 2 chances, I get 1. I guess an option would be doing Yeisha Adventure and getting a Thayan fruit. I would only have to kill 1 boss for that. For that shield ring and difference engine. Difference engine's pretty good. Running Jester's Bell currently. Not getting as much value out of Jester's Bell with this class combo, but it's something. Okay, I still have a couple of consumables I can sell. Let's see. I really don't like that I'm doing this. We're gonna dump into Widowmaker and get the World's Edge level. Just don't have resources to do anything more. Does that put me up to 10? It doesn't put me up to 10. Getting another level. So my archetype level is gonna be 9 because I have Archon 5 and Medic 4. Leveling Alchemist isn't gonna increase that. The only way I can improve it is by leveling my guns. So here's what we're gonna do. Does Misty's have the best highs room all dodges? It also has the most downsides. It requires you to use 2 gear slots. One is a ring that on its own is not better than Bright Steel Ring, and the other is using a bad amulet. Also putting you into Grey Health reduces your overall effective survivability. And Misty Step has awkward animation lockout after the roll. So it might have the most iframes during, but it's less spammable than Light Roll. Worse for positioning than Light Roll. And more awkward than Light Roll. We're going to create Adventure Mode. Yeisha. Apocalypse. Ever use throwables? Yes, but they're awkward, so it's gotten me killed. Yeah, for Forbidden Grove start. My Apocalypse Relic Frags? Yes. We're gonna grab the first chest here, and then leave. Plan on Vet? My story is on Vet. We're dipping into adventure mode to get some resources for the story. Progression is separate. So the character still dies if I die in adventure mode, that's why I'm not gonna fight anything. But we're grabbing a chest that's just in the first room of this adventure.
This place is something else.
It's worth noting that doing this is also gonna put me behind on scrap. Yeah, we got Forged Iron from that. 5 Relic Dust. That was good. Doing this is gonna put me behind on scrap because consumables are ticking down. Like, my HP concoction already wore off. I'm gonna need to buy a new armor one. But this is necessary because we can get iron from these chests. Now, this would be a better farm if I had Explorer already. I could sell Luminite until I have enough to craft Explorer and then equip that for this. But I think that Explorer perk is at like level 2 or 3 anyway, so moot point. We don't want Red Throne, because while there is a free chest in the Red Throne spawn, there are 2 elites that I don't have to fight, but I may as well not put myself in that position to begin with. Two chests. One behind the illusory wall. Where's the other one?
Real pretty.
If you mean the one where the scattergun is, I can't get that. Another forged iron. That's good. One in the library. So, not the one where the scattergun is, meaning there's 2 chests in the library. 3 elites, you only have to run into the path of 2 of them. Third one's patrolling somewhere you don't need to go. Just wait. But yeah, I guess he's in the map. Alright, we got a bone saw level. So power level 9. What do I need to do to bump this to 10? Total archetype level is 10. Weapon level is 9. Weighted average. It's weighted towards the bone saw. So another bone saw level should do it. What did I need for that? 7 more forged iron. So the thing with iron drops in this game, average favors weapon a ton. Yeah, that's what I'm banking on. I'm trying to keep my Widowmaker behind my bone saw until Annihilation, where I want to just push it ahead. I'm trying to upgrade this bone saw to put me to a power 10. We'll try Venom at power 10, because it would take too much time to go farther than that. But I will probably detour to farm again after that fight. Galvanized iron. Oh yeah, but the thing with iron drops is it's dictated by your power level. So it's actively difficult to get certain brackets, depending on where you are in the game. Getting this relic dust is good because I'm not going to feasibly be able to upgrade my relic fragments right now, but what I can do with it is sell it if that'll get me another upgrade. While I have the scrap, I'm going to buy another bark extract over here.
What can... Stu? Take care, young'un. Don't be a stranger.
I guess I can see if what's his face is up. You up? No. Dude is a heavy sleeper. I guess I can check Cass. Cass, no, stop it. Your animations are so long. Thank you.
Well, hey.
He doesn't have any more iron. I also don't love going into this part of the game with 4 heals. That's super scary. But my options currently are grind a bunch to be able to afford more, or use Lifeless Heart. Now, I could use Lifeless Heart, but the thing with that is I don't have max triage. That's pretty much what's required if you want the healing from that to be noteworthy for things other than spam. Now, maybe with Alchemist Tank and Medic Shield, I could get away with it. I don't know if that's something I want to chance.
Wow.
I would rather just play around not needing to heal 4 times. Obviously, that's an ask. Did I get Postulant's Parlor on Losum? I feel like I did. That's not a super risky area. I could get some resources, but... This entire reset loop is a resource economy moment. Because I'm just doing this since, like, I have no iron of the kind I need to actually upgrade my gear. If we had meaningful access to that, or maybe if Cass as a vendor wasn't scuffed in every possible way, that'd work out a bit better. Because, like, if Cass just had infinite of each iron type, there you go, there's your resource thing.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, there's forged iron. Just see it. We're not getting much per cycle, but this is still completely safe, and that's valuable. Don't worry, we'll get back to the nail biting shortly enough. I'm just trying to bump my power average up to 10. Which should be achieved by another bone saw upgrade. Should be. Check on our progress. Helps when it feels tangible.
Anything?
Yeah, 5 more forged iron. I'll get that scrap naturally.
You know where to find me.
One concern I have with using the Widowmaker is, I don't have any reload speed bonuses. I also have neither Hunter nor Gunslinger unlocked. But it'll have to do. Bonesaw is +7. Hopefully after Venom we'll be able to get the Widowmaker to +7. The goal right now is to get Bonesaw to +8. Yeah, once we do this, I will sell off the excess relic dust. Special weapon already at +4.
Wow.
I have Enigma
What
at
is this
+5.
place?
It's a weighted average, so I need something that matches it. World's Edge is behind. Bonesaw is far ahead. It should be weighted towards the Bonesaw. So I can go up to 10. It's an average. It doesn't match your highest. It's an average. It's weighted, but it's an average. Like, it's looking at World's Edge, my archetypes, and all three of both my guns. So my melee is keeping it low, but I can't feasibly upgrade that with the resources I have available right now. I need more damage on my Bonesaw as well, so upgrading that makes sense. This should bump it to 10. It may not, but it should. Either way, doing this is optimal because I'm going to need the damage. But the reason why they made it work this way is you're punished for neglecting, like, your melee weapon slot, which is something a lot of players would just not touch.
Real pretty. Yeah, I don't trust
Like,
this
even
place.
if you're not using it, you need to level it. At least it's not like From the Ashes where you had to do this with armor. It was armor instead of archetype levels. Archetype levels can be manipulated a little more easily. Because while having my archetypes at low levels hasn't helped me with having access to their kit, it has stopped my power level from going up too fast. Because I've been switching archetypes a lot. Why do I need to level it again? Because the boss I'm about to fight is in a level 13 area, and my power level is 9. So I don't want to go in with a 4-level disadvantage if I can go in with a 3-level disadvantage. You know? Take a half an hour to do this. Not the worst thing in the world. Mr. David Bowling, how you doing?
Get a load of this place.
Galvanized iron this time. With some testing highest weapon level, you have sets your power level. Normal weapons can be double your special weapons, so I was thinking you may go all the way to 10 and any normal weapons still not raise your power level. We'll see either way. You might be right, because boss weapons are counted as double their power, because like they only go up to 10. Whereas non-boss weapons go up to 20. So plus 10 boss weapons are treated as plus 20. But because it's an average and there's such a disparity between my Bonesaw and my World's Edge, I'm pretty confident that leveling Bonesaw will push my power up. Oh, there's some identity crisis. Might have drank a little bit too much. Water. And also know that I appreciate you, specifically you, the person you present yourself as. You do not need to be anyone else. And I know the community that knows you feels that way as well.
How goes it? Be safe.
Curious now, thanks for your reply. Hey, thanks for chatting about it. I love talking mechanics. You find the hyperconductor, so that's right next to the engram for getting engineer, which means you need to look for a specific tile and Naruj that is it's out of bounds, so you're gonna have to go through the death bog. to get it. Now, the way they have that set up is you have enough time to grab both if you know exactly where they are. You can grab both, but then you'll die. Or you can grab them one at a time. Still high risk, but livable.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Plus 10 Bone Saw, plus 0 World's Edge, plus 4 Enigma. The average is 10 plus 0, plus 4, times 2, over 3 equals 6. Yeah, and then it's averaging that with my archetype level, which is 10. That's why I'm at 9. Is Enigma considered a boss weapon? Yes. Amulet gives you double cooldown? Yeah, Kingman, I answered you. I know what a hyperconductor is. Be back, got errands to run. See you soon, Tread time. Hopefully I'll be alive when you get back. Any reason why Bonesaw over Tommy Gun? Because I have Bonesaw leveled. Currently, we're farming this way because I'm strapped for resources. If I had my pick of weapons, yeah, I'd be using other stuff, but because I already have Bonesaw leveled, I'm gonna use that for Venom, and then we're hard switching to Widowmaker for Annihilation. And at the beginning, because you don't have access to Typewriter at the beginning. You don't have access to Typewriter until after Labyrinth. I leveled guns before then. Plus 6 Nightshade, plus 10 Silverback, plus 3 World's Edge, 7/5 Challenger Medic, power level 11. Yeah.
This place is something else.
How much fortune iron do I have now? I think that's enough, right? This was not a fantastic scrap farm, but more than nothing. So what this should mean is I can sell off enough Luminite after Venom. I still have a room before Venom, by the way. There's chests in there too. Just making that clear. But this should mean that after Venom, I can sell off any Luminite I don't need to afford more Widowmaker upgrades. Because I think I have the iron for that, the galvanized iron now. Hopefully this does it, if my mental math was correct. Still 9. Ugh. We'll send it. We're just gonna do it anyway. I'm still okay with that outcome, even though it's a little scary. Because the way weapons scale, the early upgrades are very impactful. Like, the first 5 are the best, but it's still pretty good to go up through, like, 13, 14 for your overall damage. I'm not happy with being this underleveled, but I'm also not gonna grind. We got ammo reserves, damage reduction armor. Alright, let's do it anyway. Let me not accidentally click reroll campaign. How funny would that be? Staying alive. Squeezing out all the value we can out of what resources we have before an annoying encounter followed by a boss fight. Did all the solo? Yes. How you doing, Casual Curtis? Nice if you could sell amulets on unnecessary rings for scrap. Yeah. Someone figure out how to get that one across there. I can grab it. Show. Can't lie. How you doing, puppy? We gotta get probability core for DPS and final boss. That's crits, not weak spot. I do not have significant crit bonuses, and DPS and final boss is irrelevant compared to survivability, especially RNG DPS increases like crits. If it was weak spot damage, I'd be super into it, but it's not. I guess I could get Xania's Malice, that would be good. But honestly, since I'm using the Widowmaker, I'm not going to be hitting that frequently, so I do question the value. I could, like, put an Enigma mod in the weak spot and then shoot Widowmaker and then benefit from Xania's, but, like, I'd rather have defensive gear on. Annihilation is not a fight you need to rush. Word ban on Enigma. How you doing, honey bunny? Well, I guess 10 minutes on the clock, I can't say that banned word. Not now. Obviously, if he says it, we just keep track. If I say it 10 times, then the person who called for the word ban gets their channel points back. It's just a fun little make streamer try to say a word game.
Holy hell.
He's the name of Jim Carrey's Riddler. Well done. Boy, environmental movement speed, just in time for the final boss, right? I can mantle the root walls in that fight slightly faster. You can mantle those?
At least that's over.
Never tried. Yeah, we're not going over there, but if anyone wants to get Invader, that's where you go. That thing I'm aiming at, you go through there with Dreamcatcher. Favorite gun? I'm a really big fan of Starshot. Starshot is great. Brad's is crazy. Regarding ads, I run the absolute minimum that it lets me to eliminate pre-rolls and still get a very mild additional money per month. It's very mild, not at all worth mentioning. It is morally okay if you use ad blockers. I do not mind. But I do it to turn off pre-rolls, so new viewers don't get hit with an ad the second they click on my stream. Ads, never heard of him. Giga Chad turbo behavior. I see you, Curtis. Yeah, the one across here from that checkpoint is how you get it. Double barrel service pistol, rest of them. I still haven't used the service pistol. What's up? My prime sub disappeared. No pressure, Sparky. That wasn't me asking for a sub or anything. I understand that, you know, a lot of people don't put money into Twitch, and that's okay. If I could turn off ads entirely for my channel, I genuinely would. It's not like I even make any significant money off of them. Like, almost nothing, if we're being honest. But Twitch doesn't give you that option. Hey, Curtis, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. In Nightfall we trust. But no, listen, Nightfall got like a 10% fire rate nerf. Therefore, it's bad. I will hear no more arguments on the subject. Does it matter that it's still arguably top 2 long guns in the game? No. It shoots slightly slower. Therefore bad. Money from viewers being present in general? No, as being played? No, I don't. But it helps me grow. So just simply being here does help streamers out. Especially, like, smaller streamers like me. I'm a smaller partnered channel. Like, the way viewership works on Twitch is the overwhelming majority of people never make it past 5 concurrent viewers. That's just how it works. And then most partnered channels are bigger than me, just because I'm sometimes inconsistent with schedule, and I play a lot of different stuff in certain genres that people don't really have an interest in, and I'm not particularly hungry for growth. So for channels that kind of work how mine do, simply being here is big. Just interacting, adding +1 to the viewer count, that does help me out indirectly, because it helps me reach more people. So feel no pressure to sub. It does help support me financially, but, like, you don't have to support a streamer financially to support a streamer. I'm gonna pre-pop that because I don't want that to run out during the fight. Service pistol kind of hits hard, like 600 headshot crits, reasonably up hugs. Thought I got it at dumb luck my first playthrough. Go listen to some Sleep Token Worship. I don't know if I want to tweet that because I don't know what any of the words in that mean. Context. I've been working really hard and streaming. He's got a great personality. So got tier 3. I appreciate the shit out of you, David. You've been here consistently for 3 years. And I really appreciate that. Sleep Token, great band. I'll check them out. Send me song recommendations. Like on Discord, ping me with something. Sleepest thing you do when you're tired? I don't do that. I play Baldur's Gate instead. Will hurt they nerfed me Nightfall. The bows casually hit for 6k twice. The thing is, Nightfall is centralizing in a way the bows aren't, because the bows are harder to get. So, like, for example, my first playthrough, in our group of 3, all 3 of us had Nightfalls for when we didn't feel like thinking. And 2 of the 3, I was the one who didn't use it, also had Enigmas. So, like, majority of the player base was Nightfall Enigma for a long time. That's why they targeted those first, even though, you know, Moonbow is crazy, but Moonbow is both harder to get and harder to use. So it makes sense why they didn't target that, but I would not be surprised if they reduced Moonbow soon in damage. 39 days away. I'm so excited, Ken. I'm so excited. Plus 1.5 over here if you count my... Hey, Nunu. Alright, I'll stop dragging my feet. It's Venom time. Ellie resist. Okay. That's the one I want Wormhole for, but luckily I'm tanky. Sticky bombs aren't lovely either. Frames, not now. Okay, this is the attack that had really wonky hitboxes before patch 2. Seems less wonky. stam. Rookie mistake. See that ammo over there. Ow. Dodged too early. Oh, I can't tank that. Learning moment. Okay. Not as bad as I thought it would be. I did bottom out my stam a lot, though, which makes me more confident in putting those points in endurance, which is something I normally never do. So, we have, just final boss left. Fire mod can... Let me scroll back up. Slow this guy and some bosses. Yeah, there's some bosses that get stuck with it, but it's not really safe on hardcore unless you have, the trait from Handler, which I do not. Honestly, Medic Summoner is in the biggest need of a nerf. A Medic Summoner, that's the relic spam thing, right? Yeah. This is hardcore, literally? Yeah, this is hardcore, you know, permadeath. If my character dies, they're just turned into a corpse on my main menu, and I lose all my progress on it. You have friends, Mr. David Bowling. It's me. I'm friends. Put up some anti-hype around Ahsoka. Filoniverse stuff has kind of lost some of its luster. Yeah, like, I don't disagree. The Filoni formula has kind of gotten stale. It's like, hey, remember the Clone Wars? Clone Wars was good, right? Hey, how about this character from Clone Wars? You like Clone Wars? I'm like, yeah, bro, I fucking get it. Clone Wars is good. I do love Clone Wars. Where's the rest?
You know where to find me.
Okay, we stick with Healing Shot. Definitely want Enigma for the orbs. Grounding Stone's been great for Enigma the whole run, but, like, is it gonna help me that much here? I'm almost tempted to go Soul Link and then put down an NG turret, but I feel like it's gonna die very easily.
Hey!
You do have iron. It's pretty cool. You're alright, Cass. You're alright.
Your debt's still at 2 now.
Fuck you, I hate you. Me and Cass have a complicated relationship.
Anything you need? So long.
Alright, power level 11 now. That's nice. I think instead of... Okay, how are we feeling for hearts here? I'm kind of feeling Resonating Heart. Because it's a delayed heal. But I can use it when I'm a little bit hurt. And then it'll benefit me for a long time. The problem with that is I'm more likely to need the immediate healing from Dragonheart. Because I have the proactive healing from Puddle. I guess it's not really proactive. I was really hoping to have the medic shield skill by this point. Blooming Heart might be okay, it's just the positioning of where those orbs are gonna go. I question. All my homies hate Cass. Do we ever get rid of our debt? No. She's a toxic friend. I think maybe we just stick with regular Dragonheart as vanilla as that is. Okay, we gotta upgrade as much as possible here. What am I missing for further upgrades? Forged Iron.
You know
I'm down to do a couple more adventure resets. Quartz, question, solo XP in game is good as co-op? Just install the game? Yeah. If anything, solo is just like a better experience in this game. In my opinion. Co-op's fun. The fun of co-op is, you know, being able to play with your friends, but the game itself is, I'd say, more balanced around a solo experience. So what we're doing now is, since I want to push one more Widowmaker upgrade, we're resetting Apoc Yeisha Adventure until we get the Ravager version, because there's a chest in the first room that we could just grab that can have the iron we need, and some scrap. I got no friends. Like I said, it's solo friendly. Had the game 3 days, logged 27 hours, let's go, Sparky. I've been playing it every day since launch.
real pretty.
Since full launch. I planned my vacation around it. I was supposed to get back like a full day before, but I ended up getting back like a couple hours before launch. Because, you know, flying in 2023, imagine making it on the flight you were supposed to. So, very sleep deprived. I still found it in me to play the entire day that first day. Ooh, we got an upgrade to armor effectiveness. That's huge. And I've been playing every day since. I have, I think, 240 hours in the game now. Attention flight on time? Yeah, right? 12 Widowmaker would be alright. I want more Widowmaker levels, but working with what I got. Probably playing games solo because I get bored and got no one to talk to. I understand that. I tend to consume games solo myself. Just because it lets me play at my own pace. I don't have to like rush to keep up with people better than me, and I don't have to slow down too much whenever I do feel like being sweaty. Just works for me. Damn good game. Yeah, game of the year 2023 for me so far. Only issue with co-op is getting constantly shot because I'm usually in melee. Yeah. They've definitely helped enemy scaling in co-op. It was very unforgiving before, and they've reduced the amount of extra health and damage enemies get in co-op twice now, I believe. So it's definitely comfier. Another thing I need to do is I need to buy confidence boosters from Reggie. I think I'm going to use those instead of Ghoul Serum in my fourth quick slot. Me too. I think Tears will get it for some reason. I mean, it'll probably be different categories, Rohith, because this isn't technically a AAA release, right? It's AAA publisher, but not AAA dev. So, like, on a technicality, they might force Remnant 2 into the indie category. Which, if Hades 2 is still coming out this year, that's gonna be a hell of a fight. Fire Games is AA, yeah. Starfield? Yeah, there's no chance Starfield is even gonna launch in a functional state. So, I ain't worried about it. Quality has nothing to do with it. You got a point there. They do kind of decide what wins Game of the Year before the game even comes out. Like, everyone knew that Game of the Year last year was going to be either God of War Ragnarok or Elden Ring before anyone played either of the games. So, I do take your point there, Smoking Rabbit. I don't think you're wrong. When Lurk, I'm not paying attention. You do full world clears. No, we've got just Annihilation left, but I'm resetting first room of Adventure Mode Geisha for a chest. That's a little something. What am I doing? Because I want to get one more Widowmaker upgrade. Just shy on mats. I'll spend any excess scrap I get on confidence boosters. In the campaign, though. I just still have Annihilation left in the campaign, low-key. Special rewards to setting worlds in adventure mode, higher difficulties, or just for campaign? No. Difficulty-based rewards are just for full campaign clears. You can do everything in adventure on any difficulty. Fully expected Tears of the Kingdom or Armored Core 6 to win Game of the Year, but Baldur's Gate 3 is good enough hype, it has a chance. Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the most well-received games ever made. Like, not just 2023, and this isn't just me being a hype beast for Baldur's Gate because I love it, which I do, but that's irrelevant. It's one of the top-selling, top-reviewed games ever. which is wild. For that to happen with a 2023 release, like, that's crazy to me.
How goes?
2023 release quality. Like, look at Jedi Survivor, look at Redfall. Launch state of games ain't been great.
So long.
Sounds almost too good to be true. Yeah.
How could? Yeah, right.
Sell throwables because I'm bad and I do not want to take unnecessary risks. Sell that, I'm not gonna get rotted. Sell that, I'm not gonna get cursed. We keep bandage because it restores gray health. That maybe could still be useful. I can afford 3 confidence boosters. So I have 3 ammo boxes. So the application of a confidence booster here is if I don't think my dodge timing is going to be up to snuff in phase 2, I can pop 1. Alia is going to be game of the year. I don't even know what that is, and like I got a key for it that I didn't ask for. I don't know what it is. What is that game? Need some water now. Have a good day. Get some rest and some water, Mr. David Bowling. Appreciate the shit out of you. Best part of Game Awards, they're meaningless. They are... I mean, any award is technically meaningless. It's just a popularity contest, right? But the thing is, that's surface level. On a deeper level, if a game wins awards, that does help the studio with more opportunities. So, if there is a game that is exceptionally well crafted, that game winning awards improves the odds of that developer doing more things of that caliber. So it's like a popularity contest for extra funding and opportunities. Really dystopian when you peel it back, but that's what it is. Okay. I can spend relic dust. I think best part of Game Worth. That kid was wild. I like the game announcements and stuff. That's mostly why I enjoy those.
You must return.
Healing effectiveness. I think I'll use that over ammo. BG3 is what it is because Divinity Original Sin 2 was critically acclaimed. That's why they got Wizards to let them do 5e BG3. Yeah, like, they got to do an officially licensed Dungeons & Dragons game. Which not a lot of studios get to. Pretty big deal. Let me not click reroll. Almost done that twice. Alright. It's time. Medic, Guardian, Challenger? A Medic Challenger, I'm assuming, with Poison build. That's cool. Really good? Yeah, I bet. Alright, we just need my frame rate to not kill me. Let me pee real quick, so I don't have to go during the fight. 1 second. Holding in P is a performance buff? Okay, in speedrunning, yes, but this isn't a speedrun.
Okay.
Am I ready? No. Here we go. Why do I have no Enigma charges? Frames? Frame. Frames. Lovely start. The delayed swipe. Forgot about that attack. There you are. It's fine, I'm tanky. Really. Pretty bad case of skill issue on that one. Okay, now the tough part. All my homies hate primary colors. Remnant, oops, all red. Redmint. Aim for the red. I think the P was helping the frames. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Confidence booster off the bat in case I fuck up. was correct. This ammo. No issue. That was almost really bad. Yo, imagine if I kept my gun loaded. That would help me out a lot here. I knew that was coming, but... Reload my Enigma. Ammo. Wasn't even sure where I was. That was so awkward. confidence booster because I'm not confident. Being impatient. Cool. I was worried about my relic charges, but I didn't have to use them because Alchemist is fucking broken.
Now you tell me.
Pretty sure I'm still level 0 or 1 Alchemist. It's just that good.
Hey. Hey! There's gotta be a way. What are we doing here if there isn't a goddamn way?
Only two outcomes for me. The corruption consumes us all.
Back just in time. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone. Having you guys here to distract me from my own anxiety definitely helped.
What's going on? Why?
I'm a very anxious
Why
person
isn't it staying dead?
when it comes to challenges.
Corruption is violent,
Like, you can't quite see, but my hands are shaking a little bit.
a viable option. The only outcome left is annihilation.
Obviously, this is, you know, not Nightmare or Apoc, but
The system
it's still an achievement. Getting through
What the hell
a
does
game
that
like this, deathless, with my attention span.
Wiping.
It's also very underleveled for Root Earth. I'm happy of. I'm proud how I made use of the resources I had.
We have
That was
no
good.
choice.
And tried and true, Widowmaker.
Will destroy
Could see it towards the end of the fight. Oh yeah.
for all time.
Okay, you guys gotta say it with the Keeper. You know the line. If you've watched Remnant 2's final cutscene before, you know the line. You gotta say it when he does, okay?
reluctant to execute.
Hey Popodon, how you doing?
No. Keep. There's another way. Traveler! On me!
What's on you? Clementine! It's just so jarring. Hey, Wild Ginger gets it. There we go. Nation's such a better final boss than Dreamer from the first game. Yeah, they seriously listened to all the feedback about the final boss for the first game. They're like, okay, what if we made that fight, but like actually good? And they did it. There's a lot of callbacks to Dreamer, Dreamer / Nightmare, with this fight structure and setting and visuals, but like they made it a good fight this time. Unlock Savior? Yes. This was Veteran, so I have Savior now. The amount of people who I've seen, like, watch this cutscene who never met the custodian or Namue are like, who the fuck are those people? Because they're optional. Namue is only mandatory in the Nightweaver route of Losam. And then custodian, you hear him talk to you in the Shahala route, but you never actually see him unless you go there. And then the Talratha route, you never have to even hear his voice. Hardcore vet to unlock Savior? Yeah, it should be. That's the requirement. Did he do it? He did. He did. No close calls, really. I might have over-prepared, but I think erring on the side of caution is good. Okay, I don't need to sit through the credits. Fuck, I'm never getting Savior. Senator, if I can do it, you can absolutely do it. Why is Ford a bad guy? He's one of the people responsible for the route being everywhere in the first place. He doesn't give any useful information to the people in the place where his bloodline has been responsible for. He just doesn't tell them shit. Come on, Gabe. You can do it. Yes. Weapon name. And he somehow sides with them. The route. Yeah, I'm hoping we get exposition on that in DLC. Like it could be. So basically, if y'all didn't pay too close attention to the so this is the failed attempt. This character, and then this is the successful one. But so basically the world of remnants, the universe, I guess, it's a simulation. So the root is a virus that's corrupting everything. So like Clementine is doing a system reboot and like clearing the virus completely. But maybe Ford knows it's a simulation and he's like doing some Agent Smith shit. I just realized I made a reference to a 20-year-old sequel to a movie. What's outside the sim? They haven't said. God, what's outside? You think the best archetypes are? Alchemist, Medic, Gunslinger. If I had to pick three, it'd be those three. But like Hunter is right there with Gunslinger. They're basically interchangeable. Archon's my favorite, but I wouldn't put it in those three. Or four, I guess. They're all good except for Handler. They're all good except for Handler. Why is Handler bad? Because all of your power is dependent on a dog with terrible AI, no ability to hit certain enemies, low damage, low survivability, and even with full uptime of Handler's bonuses, you are weaker in every single one of those areas than every single one of the other classes can be when used in combination properly. Like, for example, if you want aggro stuff, Invader's better at it. If you want healing, Medic's better at it. If you want pets, Summoner and Engineer are both better at it. If you want movement speed, Explorer is better at it. If you want range damage, I mean, we know who's better at that. Handler has no support for melee, has no support for mods. No support for dots. The only good thing about Handler, there's two good things. One, the dog can apply bleed. But like we discussed, the dog AI is stupid and the dog dies easily, so and two, the trait from having 10 Handler is actually really, really good for mod builds in particular.
What you looking for?
Savior. Savior gun seems really disappointing, like a worse bow. Yeah, I've heard that, Max. My take on it is, if it's at least mediocre, then we can work with it. And the bows are probably overperforming. I mean, Crescent Moon is definitely overperforming, but like Sagittarius and Royal Bow they're still questionably powerful. Like, bows go really hard in this game. Handler's my starter class. Lots of people started Handler. Because the idea of having a doggo companion's cool, and people like having pets in builds-oriented games. It's just an attractive archetype. Hey, Max, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. But it's just not good. How often are pets in games done well, though? Not very often. I don't really hold it against them. It's just, as a build crafter, I definitely like to point out when the common pet archetype mistakes are made. Thoughts on Merciless? Tried to max a bleed build, just isn't performing on Apoc. I think if you're doing Merciless, it's more optimal to lean into the mod than it is the actual gun. Because it's a very spammable railgun, which is pretty cool. That has an extra weak spot mult, so you can probably do some cool shit with that. The main fire has built-in bleed, but it's inconsistent, and the damage from the main fire isn't all that, especially compared to other automatic long guns. But then there's also the fact that you can put Twisting Wounds on better guns and then just have a better bleed gun. So I would say if you're doing bleed builds, Merciless is not it, but it could maybe be something good for immediate long-range damage on a mod build. Maybe if you ran into an elemental resist Mother Mind or something, you just put on Merciless and just start clicking the weak spot until it dies. I want Hunter. Hunter's just great, yeah. Hunter's got good perks, big number. Hunter's good.
Good to...
Too easy for companions to be overpowered in games. That's why they never feel mid-tier. It's always one or the other. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, I have 179 Luminite. I can definitely sell a bunch to upgrade this. Opinion on Extender? I think Extender is pretty good. If you have Bandit, it's better, but like if Bandit is in one of your slots, you can use Extender in the other.
Alright, let's see what
Gunslinger Medic? Yeah, that's a good combo. You get a lot of survivability from Medic, and then Gunslinger just makes you good at everything involving guns. Hey, Golden Blaziken, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Thanks for hanging out.
okay.
Anything you need?
Can't stand trying to talk to this punk ass. She's mellowed out a little bit in the 20 years between games. Like, she's not always a dick this time. Just almost all the time. More galvanized iron.
Yeah, my friend.
Hey, thank you for the prime, Mopey. I appreciate it. Same goes for you. I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff.
Well, hey.
Forgot I had one too. I appreciate it. So yeah, my cast is stuck on this character. See this 229 Luminite she has? That's all that Like, I sold that to her. And she's got all these ionic crystals. My cast just doesn't update. Which sucks, because there's a couple items I really want that she just will never give me. I run around shooting a +6 savior and ruin my opinion of it before I can even get it off the ground? No, I don't think I do that. Let's do some Crescent Moon stuff. Supercharger Crescent Moon. Bonesaw typewriter? I prefer typewriter, personally. When you support it with things like gunslinger skills, you can get much longer bursts of fire because you don't have to worry about the heat mechanic. Nightweaver? Sure. My sub? Yeah, you might have gotten a gift sub, if you didn't do it. I don't recall. I have terrible memory. You can check your notifications on Twitch and see who gifted you. How do I get Spore Bloom? Be as vague as you want. The process is interesting. Beat game on veteran or higher. Brabus sells it after you've done that. So we're gonna run around with Crescent Moon for a little bit. Are you doing this for Remnant? Yeah, yeah. What you thinking, honey bunny? Sort of got for veteran clear is kind of cool. Yeah, I want to maybe mess around with that one. Get like a dot melee build, because that was a strong thing in Remnant 1. So I haven't actually used this bow yet. I just know that it's powerful and I've seen it used. I upgraded it a while ago and just didn't touch it. Yo, Frames, where you at? You get 55 arrows? I mean, more, because I shot a couple. You get a lot of arrows in this thing. So you're telling me not only is it better than the sniper in almost every way that matters, but it also effectively has infinite ammo? That's cool. Seems very balanced. Some things are just more balanced than others. They make handler work? Probably relic spam stuff. Boba's Void Idol is actual infinite ammo. So Void Idol just makes it so reloads only take half the ammo from your stock, right? How does that interact with stuff like bow? Is it just every other one doesn't consume one? Does it round up? Does it round down? Like, how does it work? Oh.
least that's over.
Oh, that was me joking. Read past it. Well, listen, it was a long method. I skimmed. You expect streamers to be literate? What do you mean? Scroll up. Trying to make medic work in solo, brains trying to wrap around whether or not issue summons, then so full health, still get back a charge, not sure what to do with medic exactly. So like medic's got an unconditional damage perk, so you could just make it good at boosting the damage of anything. But another thing a medic can do is you don't need your relic to be for healing if you're a medic. So you could use it for more offensive purposes. You could use like diverting heart for skill cooldown if you're into that. You've got lots of flexibility. If you were doing gray health, medic is one of the few archetypes that has direct support for that. Strictly speaking, your trait economy is a little bit better as a medic because you don't have to spend points on triage. Now that's true for a few classes. Like summoner means you don't have to spend points on regrowth, which is big. Engineer means you don't have to spend points on fortify. You know, the classes that have the good traits like that you take in every build basically have more trait points. So it does give you a little bit of extra flexibility. I'm trying to hit your head, dude. Stop it. Stop making me cough when I'm reloading this thing. Sir.
Well, at least that's over.
Gotta cover his mouth to cough in the middle of a fight, so polite. Yeah, be more like this character. Been a few Apoc fights I had lately where the crossbow carried me and died 10 times with one weapon, switch without modifying my gear to the bow and do it first try. Yeah, it's one of those like upper tier of power guns. So like for long guns, that's definitely Nightfall, Crescent. I'd say those absolutely go up there. The other entrants up there are somewhat debatable, because I haven't used that many long guns yet. Only now getting around to that. But for sidearms, it's definitely Starshot, Enigma, and then to a slightly lesser degree, Nebula.
This looks bad.
I've heard good things about Pulse Rifle, still haven't used it.
All right, come and get some.
Using Large Heart, they're so quick to use on anyone, and Large Heart's good. Frames? Frames? Is it the fire? Third world bosses? Why are you uhing? That's just playing the game, honey bunny. Your Borderlands player is showing. I have Savior, what happens if you liquid escape a hardcore character thing you're testing? I don't think you have the item. Like, they don't give it to you on a hardcore character, right? Got a last night done campaign 5-ish times, another dozen or so adventure modes. I got it organically just by grinding out adventure. I was just trying to get all the items, so it wasn't even an active thing. It was just there before I even thought about it. Look at the stagger lock from high fire rate Enigma. That's just crazy to me. Crank the pulse over Nightfall in most situations is still good. The mod slot flexibility probably means it's capable of kicking out more DPS with investment. That makes sense. Oh, I didn't mean to come down here, but hi. Thanks for joining me. That does so much damage. That's insane. The Fruit of the Ravager Amulet. That does kill you. But Black Cat Band stops it. So the way I got Lifeless Heart on my hardcore character was I just ate the fruit once with Black Hat Band, waited for Black Hat to come off cooldown, did it again. Does this thing have stagger too? No shot this thing has positive stagger.
Holy
Okay.
hell.
Negative 15%. They at least thought about that. It's just staggering because it's doing good damage. Hey guest, how you doing?
Kill him.
Yeah, this bow's pretty crazy. Hey man, what about you? Doing great. Happy we finished the hardcore playthrough. And now I'm just grinding out resources to max out the gun we got from it. Still not got a Ravager instance since I've needed the last doe kill. At least you can reset and just immediately see if you have Ravager or not. Not too bad. You just sit there for a couple minutes, you know, like 2 minutes at most. Just resetting Geisha Adventure mode until you get it. Switch to +7 Nightfall, got further on Apoc Blow King than +10 Merciless ever got me. Wanna like this gun, but damn. Yeah, I think Merciless could use some love on the gun side. Like, Merciless and Alpha Omega are kind of in the same boat here, where their mods are pretty good, but the gun portion is pretty bad. I guess Nebula is sort of in this boat too, but like Nebula applies corrosion, so it, even though it's awkward to use and the damage kind of sucks, it's a dot and a debuff and has an exceptional mod. So like Nebula doesn't need the gun part to be good. Wish Alpha Omega mod scaled a bit more damage on its own instead of leaning into Archon.
Get the outsider!
I think that's more indicative of other mods being too strong than it being weak, because, like, the fact that mod builds without Archon are still oppressive, I don't know if I love that, because on the one hand, that's good since Archon's hard to get. But Archon's entire thing is mods. A mod needing Archon shouldn't be a disqualifying thing for its power, but if you look at stuff like Tremor or Firestorm versus Alpha Omega, then it's like, there's definitely a gap. All the guns I found playing, I'm still using a Brabus gun. That's staying true to From the Ashes, I think, because in that game, the all-around most versatile and desirable weapon in the game was the hunting rifle, which you could start with. The starter weapon. The repeater pistol is also just great long-term. Most people eventually swapped it out for either the double barrel or the machine pistol, but like, or the hive cannon. But the repeater pistol was just great. So your starting two weapons could carry you through the entire game, and you could use them indefinitely. So that's just kind of true to form. Thick skin? Why? This thing is cracked. What are you hoping to see in the future of this game? I'd like to see survival mode make a return from the Ashes. That's the roguelite mode that was a post-launch feature in that game. I'd like to see maybe additional worlds to explore, possibly Earth, possibly fleshed out an expanded labyrinth or root Earth from the campaign. I'd like to see a loadout system. I'd like to see more love for the perk system, or for the trait system rather, excuse me. I think trait cap is still a little too low, stifling creativity a little bit there. I'd like to see some balancing weapons and archetypes. Like, we have some stuff that's notably overperforming, we have some stuff that's notably underperforming. They are making an effort. It's not like they're not doing anything. I appreciate the efforts they've gone to thus far. Resource economy. I would like to see them continue to adjust that. Because twice in today's stream, I went and farmed a chest. A non-combat chest. So I could upgrade my gun to be less under-leveled for a boss fight. That's, like, that's indicative of a problem. Now, maybe they have it balanced the way they do in the hope that you do every side dungeon on every world. But hardcore players aren't going to do that. People doing hardcore characters. Fast season bow. I'm doing Challenger Gunslinger right now, but the undisputed optimal bow combo is Hunter Gunslinger. It's just I don't find Hunter Gunslinger to be the slightest bit interesting, so I don't play it. More chests in Darude. I'm open to that. A lot of empty space where there's nothing a lot of the time. I guess amending my statement about the bow, you could make a case for, you know, it's a much more involved gameplay loop, but swapping out either Gunslinger or Hunter for Invader would give you very high burst damage. It's just, in terms of sustain quality of life, Hunter Gunslinger is very hard to beat for any situation where a gun is your primary damage. That's why everyone uses it. It's just that good. For Remnant 1, I mostly used the Magnum, which was the worst sidearm in the game, so good for you for finding value in something regardless. And it speaks to how well the weapons are balanced in Remnant 1. And Spore Bloom, occasionally swapping out for Crossbow. Crossbow is great, yeah. I haven't used the Crossbow yet in this game, I need to do that. It was the worst? Yep, worst sidearm in the game. For Remnant 2, I primarily use the Magnum Revolver and the Bulldog. Yeah. Occasionally swapping out for a Twisted Arbalest. That's right. Pretty sure loadout's been confirmed by the devs. I have high hopes for DLCs. They've mentioned that loadouts are something they're doing. You know, they're working on loadouts, they're working on crossplay. Interestingly, they recently mentioned Paragon as a system. And I am hesitant about that. Like, depending on, like, which Paragon are they talking about? Are they talking about Diablo 4 Paragon? Because if so, gross. Are they talking about Diablo 3 Paragon? Because if so, not much better. Like, I don't know what they mean by that. Bought game 20 minutes ago playing Hunter at the moment. Let's go, Daniel. This game's awesome. It's gonna be my main game for a while. Archon's mod damage applying to the Elemental Infusion mod basically means plus 50% range damage when active, and you can cycle it really easily. I wasn't sure if it applied to rounds or not. Easy. Thank you for testing. Hunter use bow? Yeah, Hunter would be one of the strongest classes for using bow. Hunter combined with Gunslinger is like the premier I shoot things and they die fast combo people do. Hunter's just a good class in general though.
Keep them away.
I still kind of want to do some melee Hunter stuff. Because it has the melee damage for it, and it's got crit chance. Rounds cracked. Archon W. Actually, pretty crazy the Magnum's verse sidearm in the game felt so good to use. Huge fan of it. Yeah, it was just, more inefficient than any of the others. Did not have good mod gen, did not have good burst damage, had high downtime, but like still viable. It's just repeater pistol, double barrel, machine pistol, SMG, hive cannon, Spitfire, all outdid it in one area or another. Hunting pistol. don't know if I said that one. Hive Cannon in particular, though. I'm a big Hive Cannon stan. Hive Cannon Starshot are very similar in vibes.
Oh, glad that's over.
We're looking for the secret tunnel in the storm facility Wiki's talking about. Mine during the lockdown event. There is one thing you do have to do during the lockdown event, yeah. And if you've already ended the lockdown, then you can't do it. Thanks for stream. Gotta catch some Z's, prep for last day of the week. Sounds good, Rohit. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you get some good rest. I was thinking about starting a challenge run tomorrow. Curious what you guys want to see. A couple ideas that I had, like a playthrough challenge run. A couple ideas I had was, could do melee. Be it on a fresh start character or, my existing one. I was thinking about doing a no attacking run. So, like, I'm not allowed to directly take a hostile action. So, like, I can't swing my melee weapon at an enemy. I can't shoot at them. But I can do everything else. Thinking about a mods only run, like as little shooting as possible type deal. Summon Scout, yeah, summons would be like one of the things I could use in the no hostile action setup. Like I could just sit there while they do the thing. Basically the damage would be coming from things like Toxic Release Valve, where swapping weapons does damage. Things like summons. Feedback loop for damage from dodging.
Okay, this is it.
That sort of deal. No armor run. A lot of people just play like that. And funny enough, the answer to that is once again Alchemist. Because you get the extra concoction to get more total health and bark extract always on, and you just have stone skin. Alchemist stays winning. Consecrated Sune Sonic the Hedgehog run using Fart Clouds. Yeah, like, I don't even know if that's a challenge run, because Toxic Release Valve is just so good that, like, I'd say it's more themed run than challenge run, because that item is unironically one of the better amulets. Wonder how you deal with flying enemies. Toxic Release. If you get Amplitude, that thing has a crazy range. Like, unexpectedly large range.
Can't go back. Can't go home.
Magna better in this game? I haven't used it enough to know. Thank you for testing. I mean, it's got a high bar to clear on the top end with stuff like Enigma and Starshot, but... seeing unkillable builds that don't make sense. It's pretty easy to get amounts of tank that enemies just can't beat through. The relic spam build does that. Can stack up a lot with like confidence booster, stone skin, challenger stuff, plus relic as well. Not super duper hard to get crazy tanky in this game. This bow is insane. That is monstrous damage. Keep in mind, I don't really have damage rings on. Or amulet. Like, that's important. Sawed off's my favorite pistol. I use the double barrel a lot my first playthrough. I think it's really good too. Yeah. And unkillable builds right now regarding Summoner, because pairing with Medic is crazy. Benevolence perk applies your summons as well. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Give the sense of accomplishment using a busted build. Depending on the situation, I would or wouldn't. Like, I do sometimes use Tremor and Firestorm, and those are objectively busted. But it's still fun. Maybe that's just because I'm biased towards mod builds. Try to melee only run? Not yet. I was thinking of doing that. Your Belly Johns. Like, I was thinking Challenger, Alchemist, going for max melee attack speed could be a really fun run. Instead of going for, like, Invader, single hits big damage, or, you know, getting super bulky and face tanking. I was thinking of just going for speed and damage, that kind of thing. Maybe do Hunter for that crit chance and melee damage. And like a thing Hunter could provide to that playthrough would be always on Hunter's Mark. Would let me just kind of wallbang enemies with World's Edge super easily. Which already isn't hard, but Classic Quag doing everything but shooting. Except for right now. Yeah, you know me and my non-gun builds. Knock that dude down there. Crazy. So I prefer having no armor and the accomplishment of not getting hit often. Yeah, everyone's got their own preferences. I like getting an amount of survivability where I can take a hit and not have to completely reset because of it. Like, I don't play no hit, I play some hit. That's why I really like Tranquil Heart, because it lets me just recover passively if I make mistakes infrequently. Because I'm capable of playing, you know, decently well when I focus up, but I have a bad attention span, and this is not an insult to myself, I'm just not as mechanically gifted as some of the really hardened Remnant and Souls players. Just not my bag. I'm okay with that. So having a bit of an extra safety net is nice for me. My only remaining achievement for the game, not getting hit by world boss. I got that on Corruptor. I just kind of blew it up in the first phase. Can I get the resources I need? Not really. Imagine having galvanized iron.
I don't like the looks of this.
Wouldn't be me. One minute I can be laser focused, it's 5 minutes later I'm lost. Yeah, you get me, try time. Couldn't be you either. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's priority 1 after performance, so priority 2. Priority 1, like, make the game run well. Priority 2, resource economy, because that just causes so much of the other stuff. Like, the people who felt really personally aggrieved by nerfs to the initial nerfs to tank stuff and then to Enigma and Nightfall, those people would be less upset after the initial knee-jerk if the resource economy wasn't set up in a way to discourage them from experimenting with items. Like, if you went all in on, say, Enigma, and you didn't play until after the final wave of Enigma changes that they did, you'd probably notice a difference if it was your only gun doing anything and you were just getting by. That means that that player is like, okay, well, what do I use in situations where Enigma isn't good? And they're like unlikely to have resources for that. Now, Enigma and Nightfall are bad examples here because they went from S tier items to S tier items. But hypothetically speaking, if they wanted to change guns or items as a whole, it's hard to do so with the resource economy. So it's unfriendly to players who are just starting out, unfriendly to players who are trying to branch out from what they've already done. It's just needless tedium. It doesn't need to be the way it is. Blame Enigma for wave clearing the ads too much and run to the next area. It is a silly item. Wet sound. I got Ripen Heart. Let's go.
We'll stop you.
Really enjoyed the Hellfire with the neck coil and amplitude boost. Pretty fun way to clear mobs. Hellfire is something I've not, I don't think I've maxed it out yet. I wanted to level it before I tried it. I'm gonna have to push that up the timetable. You're actually the first person who's outright recommended it, CJ. So I'll have to give it a try. Other people mentioned they've been using it, but I didn't hear any glowing recommendations. If it's at least, like, fine and fun, then I think that's good. I would anti-recommend it if that counts. Good as the Enigma, probably not, but definitely fun. Yeah, like, the secondary slot, nothing is competing with Enigma except for Starshot. Well, like, we'll get that out of the way. Nebula is the closest thing to getting to their tier, but it's still not their tier. So I think comparing to that level of power is just automatically unfair, so we shouldn't expect anything to be that level of power. You running? Kinda. Wish the Hellfire range is a bit longer if you increase his range with running nice. I've heard that the range increases don't actually work on Hellfire and Nebula. Can anyone confirm or deny that? Because they absolutely work on Enigma, but it's, of course they do. It's Enigma. Everything works on Enigma. It's the golden child. Test right now, give me a second. Cool, thank you. Confirm that I don't know. Useful information. Mobbing definitely has even worse with bleed. That's cool. I like that. I like that they kept bleed very desirable by changing a couple things about it in this game. I'm kind of sad to see radiation go. I'm very happy to see there's no cryo. And corrosion was appropriately nerfed considering all the other elements in the mix. I don't know how I feel about defrag. I really haven't used it enough. Madness is weird and there's only one source of it. I mean, I guess the same is true for defrag. Targeting Jewel doesn't work. What's the other ring?
Yeah.
I do not recall. Played around with the flail. Yeah, the flail's really cool. If you run bisected ring for infinite stam, you can just walk around doing the flail charge attack, and it's pretty cool. Play subject DLC in the first game. Going against Frostbite was a nightmare. Yeah, cryo was not fun in that at all. Remind me, please, what did corrosion do and run from the ashes? The debuff stacked. So, like, you only get one stack of the debuff in this one. The debuff stacked. Also not add with base weapon. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, nothing works. So, like, not only is the hitbox of Nebula's main fire, I haven't used Hellfire to know, but I assume it applies. The hitbox is kind of wonky on Nebula, but you also can't increase the range at all. So even without comparing to Enigma, which I don't think we should, that puts it in a weird position. Surely I have enough resources for Savior now, right? Where'd you go? How did I not hit you? Oh, you're here now.
started. Get him.
What Ash's map do you want to see in this game? It's a good question. I don't know if I'd want to see like a 1-to-1 port. I think the Earth map design was kind of bad. Kind of like those Yeisha maps. From the Ashes Yeisha, it's pretty cool. All sources of corrosion, Remnant 2 increase crit chance by 15% exclusive to the mod. It's exclusive to the mod. So like the mod is two separate things. It applies corrosion, but like it also gives you range crit chance. Like how Hotshot applies fire, but it also gives you range damage. Each of the ammo types gives you something and the elemental thing. Like overflow gives you fire rate and reload speed separately.
So pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
I
welcome.
don't trust this place.
Range rings don't do anything. I just don't think they have fall off. What, on those guns specifically, or just like in general? Catching up. Real problem with Hellfire Nebula is the lack of stagger on trash mobs. Stagger is such an important feature, and it's crazy that even with negative 15 on Crescent Moon, it still reliably staggers things. But then you get to craziness like World's Edge having 80. Why does it have 80? You will stagger everything with World's Edge. It'll happen. So Enigma having stagger is like
Away, beast.
dumb.
We have pressing business here.
They at least were very thoughtful with Enigma regarding crits. It having negative crit means you need to invest if you want to benefit from that. So that's cool.
Come on.
Range rings just increase the fall off range. I'm guessing it's just stat below ideal range or something. Doesn't increase the ideal range. How is that different from the Drazier sniper sigil then? That one increases the damage you get after the fall off range. What's the practical difference? Like, wouldn't Drazier sniper just be better at that point then? Like strictly better? That one to the chin because I'm greedy, but oh well. Putting existing mods for Remnant 2 realize how easy it should be to increase lobby sizes in BL3 and Wonderlands. Ooh. Oh, that could be fun. That could be real fun. Sniper Sigil will just be better at that point. At least that makes it a worthy hardcore unlock. Which reminds me, I need to buy all those rings from Reggie on this character. You know, R2 mod, someone made a mod that removes flashbang interacting with world stones. I need that. I need that in my life. I need that so right now. Has anyone made red-green colorblind friendly mode as a mod yet, because like I'm not red-green colorblind, but I want those settings because that would be perfect for solving my issues with visuals in this game. Fire could cause benefit from increasing fall-off range for Challenger close quarter build. Makes sense. They have buffed Challenger's range on that twice. Is interesting. Like they adjusted the curve for how it falls off, if I remember correctly, and then they also just increased the range. I guess that wasn't giving them, it wasn't giving as much value as they wanted it to, which kind of makes sense comparing it to other classes. Like, I don't think anyone contests that in most circumstances, Challenger's like third string for guns. During Berserk, it's great, but like baseline behind Hunter Gunslinger and more conditional. Sort of a competition between Challenger and Invader for third place guns. Say it every day, the variety of stuff can be used and game's so appropriate. Yeah, I really like it. So appreciated. There you go. Challenger and Invader, my favorites, make sense. Yeah, Challenger and Invader, like, they buff a lot of things. They're just more conditional than a lot of the others, but not the most conditional. Like, they're not handler level of jump through this stupid hoop, or summoner level of you need to choose a mode. But they're not as free as Medic, Alchemist, Hunter, Gunslinger, Archon. Explorer kind of falls in that same category, I suppose. Where you just don't get the buff at all in boss fights unless you're relic spamming. Which ribbon do you get in Council Chamber? I still need both anyway, so I don't need to care, but learning. Addicted to Alchemist potions. Yeah, Ultra Super Hyper. It's just, there's no builds that Alchemist doesn't help. There's some where others help more, but the QOL from having all of those consumables is just really hard to pass up for me as well. Post links in the Remnant channel and Discord. Thank you, CZ. I will definitely be grabbing that no flashbang one. Still crazy to me that in 2023, Call of Duty is leading the game industry with anti-flashbang accessibility settings. Really? We're letting that IP be the most accessibility friendly when it comes to not scorching people's retinas? Really? We finished Apoc for that sweet World's Edge. A lot of people only want to do Apoc for that. Yeah, definitely feel you there. I believe people were complaining. Yeah, when they announced that feature, there were a bunch of $8 check marks complaining that they're not doing Warzone stuff instead, and it's like, yeah, like, how just how non-functional of a human being do you have to be to see an option to stop flashbangs from actively hurting players, like real life, permanent damage to their actual physical bodies, as a bad thing? Like, so insane. Some people are too online, man.
Take care, my friend.
Real men just go blind. That's the problem with this generation. Just too soft.
Come back if you need anything.
Same kind of motherfuckers cry about seatbelts they're being invented today. One thing I like about action movies in the last 20 years is they've made seatbelts cool. Between the Bourne movies and the Wick movies, there's a bunch of stunts where, like, they make a point of, hey, this seatbelt saved my life. And I think that's pretty cool. Now, if they do the same thing for people wearing helmets on, like, motorcycles and shit, that'd be a great next step. Work on that next.
Be safe out there.
BG3 distraction they redeployed hotfix for. Sick. Cool. I don't have to start my second playthrough instead of my continuing my first. So I'm looking forward to Dark Urge playthrough. That's Merciless. I'm not trying to use Merciless. Savior. In your third? Yes. I abandoned that first one pretty quickly. Just because I couldn't control myself and not get too far ahead on the second one. But yes. I like range crit chance here. So this has a 6 mag. It's a fusion rifle. I can just hold the charge. Okay. Rip your noble douchebag half orc. I'll go back to him. How am I using? I'm using the Crown of the Red Prince. You get it from killing the Red Prince with the Assassin's Dagger. Like getting the killing blow with the Assassin's Dagger. I use it because it has good resists. Like, this is screaming at me to use Supercharger. I don't wanna. Maybe I run Archer's Crest instead. Maybe I just do nothing and use it with Twisting Wounds anyway. See what happens. To close my eyes, the flashbang keeps me on my toes. I see. Chaotic Evil Dark Urge for a bunch of fun. Yeah. Also one-time encounter in this game. In story, yes, but adventure mode, you can reroll adventure mode. The game's designed for you to, like, do an adventure and then, okay, let me randomize it again and see what happens this time. This isn't like Borderlands where you save quit a boss. It's not like that at all, luckily. Getting that crown today, rerolled low sum too many times trying to get Guild Chambers.
Here they come.
Hey Viper, how you doing? It's hard to use this when my frames are dropping to 2. I was hoping I left one.
Oh, I'm glad that's over.
Never quit down for new windshield. Oh no. Also off to Cornwall to go camping this weekend. So up and down. Well, I'm glad you have something to look forward to. I'm sorry about your windshield. Oh, you beat hardcore? Yeah, we did it. We did it. Is that the gun? Yeah. It's, first impression is it's very awkward. I feel like it's a bit confused on what it wants to be. Like, I guess you just kind of treat it like a marksman kind of weapon that has some occasional built-in multi-target. But it's weird. It's very precise, decent per shot damage, built-in status and ricochet when the mod is up, but bad mod uptime. I imagine Archon would help it quite a bit. It is a charge up. Ammo supply is good. Yes, Quag game. That certainly isn't helping its case. Someone using co-op, wasn't too impressed. I have no idea what their setup was. I think min-maxing this would be... You know, this might be an invader gun, because you could wormhole, and the ricochet would benefit heavily from the wormhole bonus. Maybe Archon Invader. Archon for mod uptime. Invader to buff the shot. You can just shoot it without charging by tapping.
Not enough room.
Maybe there's situations where that's optimal. Like, maybe you do that when the mod is up. One shot adds with a weak spot. On a charge shot, yeah. You can just tap fire. Try using it like that for a bit. These default classes, I don't know how to get more. Figure it out, I swear. Some of them are intentionally obtuse. It's a good way to level up classes. I'm actually not so sure about good XP farms. I'm curious as well. Anyone know any good XP farms? Because that'd be information that'd be good to have for future playthroughs for me. I don't really know. Anyone got any favorites? Like the game makes you figure stuff out? Yeah, me too. Like the chocolate dip ones we're talking about. I'll dip your chocolate. I don't. Fuck you.
If
You
the fit, the one,
Up.
have you book? If
It is.
all you,
Guessing at random.
that's
Wait, I got it right again? Hang on.
owner.
I wanted to get it wrong. This is the second time I'm like, alright, I'll do it without looking so that I get it wrong. And it's just been right. Twice now. I even picked a different person this time.
You have performed.
come.
I should not.
Can't stop winning. Just look at the dagger, man. No! You're asking me, a gamer, to look before I leap. Absolutely not. Alice guys, I don't know about good, but kill 3 of them reset. With the Elite's Red Throne, Curtis. Yeah? I'll have to try that. Like asking a gamer to look up, we can't do that. Tell him, Stale. Tell him. That blew my mind yesterday that you could just look up to see the symbols on that puzzle on Dacia. Blew my mind. What do you get from that quest? So if you accuse incorrectly, you have to fight those 3 and you get a ring. If you accuse correctly, I think you get a different ring. I actually don't remember what the word from that is. But the main thing is, if you take the dagger and instead of using it in an accusation, or if you accuse incorrectly, then you can bring the dagger to Nomue and craft it into a melee weapon. And that melee weapon is needed to get the crown from Red Prince.
Kill the outsiders!
Crafted the dagger, or did them? Yeah, you can just go in there and get it without doing the quest. If you already have the dagger crafted, then you no longer have the evidence to accuse. So I think the only things you could do are leave it undone or accuse, and then get fucked because you don't have the proof. but you get a reward for any outcome. So, and you can always just get it in a different adventure. Let me try turning on the mod and doing fire. Still just so awkward. Like, it can kill. I wouldn't call this bad by any means. But I think others were right when they said, like, maybe not worthy of what you have to do to get it. Like, by the time you can clear hardcore, you have at least knowledge of items that are better than this for this role. Headshots are hitting hard. Bow's better. That's definitely a good damage number. But the bows exist. Mod are you using? It has a built-in mod, Viper. It's basically a hot shot that ricochets. Mutator? Twisted for the bleed. Bloat King, sometimes the audio cue for snipe doesn't trigger and I get one shot. Oof, yeah. Did you happen to get like Vicious or Spiteful, Mopey? Because that could be super punishing. Honestly, I think Bloat King is one of the fights where you could justify going like belly flop without mitigating it. And just eat the hits if you really want to. Yeah, I think both. Ooh, yeah, that's tough then. That's real tough. We're trying supercharger on this. It's charges. Could be. I like my bleed. Yeah, I'm thinking of I like the idea of Archon Invader on this.
Maybe I should check out that castle.
You'll be dead soon.
Like, Archon plus Stone of Malevolence should mean that this mod becomes self-sustaining. Like, we could just always have the Ricochet hotshot. And at that point, I could even maybe do something weird, like run Bandit and just tap fire it. Hang on, Gilded Chambers and Council Chamber in one run? That's very lucky. Archon Invader would have been used for open world and switch to Archon Gunslinger for boss fights. Checks out. Makes a lot of sense. Ricochet Hotshot. We have Infusion and Indiscriminate in this game too. Yeah, I could put Soulbinder for Ties That Bind in the secondary slot. Just be Amara. I want to do that, actually. God damn it, Nunu. Drain Vicious. And Drain is a little bit of an annoying one. Yeah, because it's easy to take those little hits, and then it benefits a lot from just landing those. Yeah. Honestly, with Bloat King, I fully condone cheese strats on it. Lock it down with Firestorm, Nightfall the shit out of it. You know, do what you gotta do. It's just not a fun boss. Not hard, it's just not fun.
That was rough.
Never rolled Bloat King in any playthrough. First attempt is Apoc. Pain. First time I Bloat King was me and the doggo, and let me tell you, oh, I bet. Say no more. For me, Bloat King and Legion are bosses that I'm just never happy to see. Not because they're hard, they're very straightforward fights. It's just, they're annoying.
Damn it.
Ladders are killing me, getting itch too close to get locked in the animation. So, something I always do to myself in that fight, Mopey, is I'm a big Starshot enjoyer, so naturally I use Big Bang. But the recoil animation for Big Bang basically always just makes me step off. So I climb back up, shoot Big Bang, fall off. Climb back up. It's the worst. I hate it.
I'm glad that's over.
Well, this guy will be a good test with this gun, actually.
I wonder what that is.
Little slug gremlins in the water, don't fuck around, though. Another Enigma moment, if we're being honest. Enigma and World's Edge are really good there. If you're running Challenger, if you put on Rampage, you can get Berserk really easily off of them, too. Like, having Berserk active is... Let's see, 30% fire rate, 40% reload speed, 20% movement speed, and 50% range damage. It's a lot. Frames? Ah, Ellie resist unstoppable. Yes. I see. I didn't want to play the game anyway. It's fine. I got a dip. Have a good one. Unstoppable do? They can't be staggered. One of those modifiers drops the frames. I don't know. That dude in general just murders my frames every time. Yeah, we're just not gonna fight it. I don't need to. He's optional. It's fine. No World's Edge for the Moon Apoc. Yeah. Just use World's Edge to get World's Edge, forehead. Let's try... Let's see how this works out. How far are you in leveling your mutators finished already? I have a few I still need to do. What's that? Still gotta do Battery, Bullet Weaver, Deadly Calm, Ghost Shell, Lively, Refunder, Time Wave, Transpose, and then like a couple for melee. I'm keeping Shield Breaker at +9 so that I can use shield tanking with World's Edge without losing my shields. Yeah, I've got a bunch I still need to do. Just none that I'm in a particular rush for.
All right, let's do this.
That just didn't ricochet. What's the condition for a ricochet? I need to read this thing again. Weak spot hits and kills. Okay, weak spot. Yeah. Okay. Wonder instance really do need a lot of the corrupt crystals to max everything out. I think it's to the point where players are unlikely to max one in their first playthrough. Like, I went all in on one in our co-op group, and I got one to +9. I did not get past +9 before our first Annihilation clear. Lazy and Frizz... I don't think Lazy touched the system at all, and Frizz spread out between, like, a few different, mutators. Like, they don't seem to be a first playthrough sort of thing. Especially because you also don't get Relic Dust at any reasonable rate until you're pretty far in. So, getting some of the initial ones is like... want to try here? Toxic release. So I switch, it applies corrosion. I apply overload, switch back, refreshes corrosion. Apply burn and bleed with this. Thoughts are fun. Toxic release valve Enigma is insane mobbing. It's not just the damage, but it's the stagger. Valve goes through walls. Enigma used to, it doesn't anymore, but it still goes around corners. Thing about One Piece, I watched a clip of that Gear 5 thing that One Piece fans were hyping. They're like, oh, this is peak, this is our Super Saiyan moment. And I'm like, it kinda looks like shit. As someone who doesn't have an interest in One Piece and hasn't really cared about it ever, but is not a hater of it, that decreased my interest. I was like, oh, okay. Not missing out after all. I don't expect that to be a majority take, but it's okay. Not everything's for everyone.
No, it is now that we
Wish they went a bit harder in Apoc, other than stat boosting, similar complaints in Lanes games. In Lands games, I'd like if we could fight aberrations randomly in all biomes, more spawns, maybe double spawns, mini bosses. More mob density is something I would absolutely want on Apoc, because currently it's, I guess this makes the Apoc easier to learn, so it's not entirely a bad thing, but it is just doing the same thing for longer. Yeah, I get it. I don't disagree.
if you should without problem, make yourself an enemy.
My friends, you don't do enough damage for me to respect you. Calm down. Or you have Skullcracker and you still don't stagger. Well, you do with that. Okay, you hear me talking shit. Oh, where are you? There you go. Yeah, this guy does no damage. There's no consequences.
This hall shall be your grave. Knights, we have an enemy in our midst.
honestly try a bit harder to actually not get hit. I just get lazy in this fight. Why can't I pick up ammo for the savior? Like, I can't pick up long gun ammo? What's going on with that? It has no room. Hmm. I got ammo box, but like that's money. I guess full science. Okay, that works. Then go up, assume those fake line bug you're alone, so fuck. Did you change classes at all? Because I was Gunslinger and now I'm not. I wonder if it's related to that. Gunslinger has that ammo perk. Maybe it's like bonus ammo underflowing or something. I still can't pick up ammo. But trying to reload. A little underwhelmed by Savior, yeah.
Bag's full.
I wonder if maybe you combine it with Boar so you could get easy access to weak spots with ricochets, but that's time delayed. I feel like if the ricochet happened on crits as well as weak spots, that'd make it a lot more desirable, you know?
That's it?
Meh. Activate a game to show this Apoc, this guy has like a squeaky hammer. That's the advantage of running heavy armor and damage mitigation traits. Also, he just doesn't have much damage. That boss is not tuned to kill you in a hit. Because think of how frustrating that'd be for like a casual player. He shrinks down the arena to right there, and despite him having a very apparent attack pattern, if you could only take one hit while you're forced to hang out in that section of the room, it'd be very frustrating to a lot of people. So it makes sense why he has bad damage. I think he could stand to have a little more, but it's okay. Still a cool fight. I'm tired today. All these days of staying up super late have kind of caught up to me. Get back here, Shocker.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
I love that so much.
I miss her.
Just because I like to hear it. Isn't it the best?
Don't let him escape!
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Wouldn't I do anything? Wouldn't I do anything?
Coming at me!
Upstairs. What else?
Kill 'em all, friends! Thank you for that.
Is this home?
I appear to be able to pick up ammo now. Weird.
Let's get him!
That's such a coincidence. Mudrub was my nickname in high school. It's crazy. Ellie resist. Fucking why? I just want to do my silly dots. Reminded me why I stopped doing that. Also, frames. Please. I would like just 20. 20 would be good. That was pretty good. Ricochet cleaned those ads. New long gun going already? Yeah. It's okay. Like, just okay, I think. Bad dodge. Hey, Ghost. How you doing? Well, let's be so nice for his boss said earlier. Just let me break out the physical build real quick. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Can you get Council Chamber and Survivor Adventure mode? Yeah, you can. Thank you. You're welcome. Upstairs. Did you? No, you didn't. Gilded Chamber's only role in Nightweaver Line? No, it could be a side dungeon in either. It could be a main dungeon in the Nightweaver Line. I don't have amplitude, that doesn't work. I keep forgetting. Just stop being greedy. Not sure you're talking about X Job. Yeah, could you elaborate? That's what I thought. First day on the internet. Hope you're having a good day. Hieronymus, how you doing? Steady. It's one of those fights you get rewarded for being patient, a lot like Annihilation. Just as long as she doesn't have Regenerator. Regenerator Nightweaver is toxic.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe next time add some up dog to the joke. What's up, dog? Hey, Drone, this is new from the usually BL3 see you playing. See, I feel like you've said that before. And I feel like that's just when you check what I'm doing. Because, like, I've been playing nothing but this for a month now. And for, like, a few months after Wonderlands, that was the only thing I played. I just fixate on games. I show up once every, like, 3 to 5 months. Yeah, I think the timing has just worked out that I've been on a BL3 kick each of those times. Yeah, Remnant 2 is great. I do highly recommend it. Months? Jesus, thought it came out 2 weeks ago. It's crazy. This has just been, like, all I've done during daylight hours. It's been this game for, I guess, 4 weeks, technically. You know, it'll be a month in a week. But it was in early access before that. I didn't play early access, but it had a couple days. But yeah, great game. Game of the year for me, for sure. Thanks for hooking me onto this, having a blast. Hey, I'm glad, Viper. I'm glad. Right now, my Apoc run steady a night with Hardy and regen. Oof, yeah. You gotta be aggressive at that point. Like, I chose not to chase her during the ad spawn, so that I wouldn't get wall grabbed or blown up by the ads. And if you have Hardy regen, then you almost, like, have to chase her. That's rough. Minecraft released in 1804. believe that. I feel that old sometimes. Time is weird. Yeah, definitely.
You know where to find me.
Have you thought about any other games since playing this? I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 in the evenings, and honestly, the PTR that's going on for the new Diablo 3 season that's upcoming, it looks pretty spicy. Like, Diablo 3 on their test server is looking more enticing than Diablo 4. Which, not surprising, but certainly interesting. I have time for BG3. I don't go to bed till like 2 to 4 a.m. That's how I have time.
Hey!
Got Gilded Chambers? Let's go.
Come back if you need anything.
Trying to use Deceit to burst server to keep dying phase 2. Deceit's hard there, because you can get some really good damage out of it, but the setup time is where she can get you. The D4 Season 1 already. It's funny, I said that D4 Season 1 was maybe what could get me back into the game, and I haven't felt a desire to play it a single time. So, tell us how many hours you have in the game? Sure, let me check. Waiting for Steam to not be a black screen. Give me a second. Come on, there you go. Steam says 242 hours.
Hey there. Rest assured.
Provisioner. Buy all these. I'm a completionist.
Keep your wits about you.
107, very nice try time. 242 righteous. It's just, I really, when I get a new build crafting game that I really vibe with, I just kind of stick with it for entirely too long. I think this is how, like, one of the sort of debatably positive manifestations of my ADHD. It's I fixate really hard. So I'm just like, okay, I need to figure out how everything works in this game. So it helps me with games like this. My time management skills suck, but at least I make good progress in Remnant 2.
Great. Oh,
I think I still need shields effectiveness. Relic fragment.
farewell.
Oh, I got it! I got it!
Riley's here to
Speak of
find
it and it shall appear. Ooh, let's go. That was my last bit of relic dust too. Okay, so now I have all mythics. Hog. Played a bit after last patch, so I want to see how the mob density changes felt. They felt fine. However, reached level 80 and didn't feel like 20 more levels of it. Yep, sounds about right. So next gun I want to level, because I saw Rator doing some cool stuff. I want to level the SMG Provisioner stuff, although Hellfire could be good with that. Provisioner's Enigma sounds appropriately toxic too. We're gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So Provisioner's Ring is one of my favorite returning items from Remnant from the Ashes. And it's great, because it just auto-loads whatever you're not holding, gun-wise. That's nice. Need 43 more to be 1 hour more than Quag. Maybe you don't want to have more hours than the person who's been doing it for, you know, work hours for 4 weeks. Just the thought. Is that a crown? Yeah. Swear to God, I've been lied to. Apparently, point focus ring drops randomly on Narude, but I've done a ton of Narude and gotten a ton of other rings, not that one. So, you'll have items on the ground in, like, the open areas in Narude, in fixed locations, but which ring will be there is random. Like, there's a pool that's bigger than the amount of those locations on the map. So it's designed to have you have to do it multiple times. And yeah, if there's like one that you still need from that pool, then it can get really difficult to actually get that one because there's no dupe protection. I think maybe we move away from Sapphire Dreamstone stuff, but what am I going to put in this slot instead? Thonkin. I'm having a thonk. I could go Singed Ring and then do Hot Shot. I'm uncertain. Maybe I do stick with this. We go back to hyperconductor strats. Yeah, let's go back to big ammo stuff. I'm feeling it. So we got our Provisioner, we got Enigma Secondary. What's my primary going to be for this? Resistance Leto's Mark 1. You can buy it from Whisper. I think you need to beat the story. But yeah, you buy it. It's slightly less efficient armor to weight wise than Leto's Mark II. It's one less armor and one more weight, but it has better resists. So I prefer it. Yeah, I was gonna do crossbow. I haven't done that today. Do Fords. Ford Scatter gonna make sense here. Plasma Cutter maybe. Still gotta upgrade it though. Let's go back to Typewriter. Thanks, you're welcome. How to get the crown? Kill the Red Prince with the Assassin's Blade. Needs to be the killing blow. Straight fitness any good? Fitness. It can be. If you're doing light roll, whether you're in, you know, light armor or doing bright steel ring, then chaining rolls together with fitness lets you cover a lot of ground, provided you have the stamina to sustain that. It can be good. It's one of those things that I want to take more often, Ghost, but the problem is with the trait cap being 65, there's stuff that's more important, so I don't often end up taking it, but I can say that I like fitness. Fitness dick. Got him. So, quick crash course on provisioners. I'm gonna shoot this. I'm shooting this, that's gonna refill. The fill rate is dictated by the mag size, so if I put on Extender instead of Bandit, my Enigma will fill faster. But I like the fire rate from Bandit. I think I'll stick with that. Thank you. You're welcome. Me and my friend started on Nightmare and couldn't beat last boss first playthrough. I'm gonna try a second time. Best of luck. That boss, learning it in co-op is very difficult. But I'm confident you guys can get it. Biggest thing with that boss is like learning the first 10 seconds of phase 2. Once that clicks, then you're good. You're chilling. Let's do Naruto. Yeah, let's do a Naruto adventure. Shahala, gross. I just don't like Shahala. I could ties the bind, but gross. Alratha Chads unite. DPS for hosts, tank builds for co-op players. That's definitely a way of doing it. My preferred way of dealing with that boss, just in general, is to be patient. Like, provided it doesn't have regenerator, there's no pressure mechanics. You can just take your time. So I started a Root Adventure, decided to upgrade a Nightmare, so I'm squishy, take 45% of my damages. 45% of my HP is damage from one shot from the puny drones. Yeah, you gotta invest in survivability. You're gonna take stray hits. Also, it depends on, you know, what enemies. Those drones are kind of high damage. What are you running for traits? Exactly, the phase 2 is surprising, and we do 3-player co-op, damage goes one shot. Yeah, for my co-op clear of that, we did our first playthrough 3-player veteran, and this was before they reduced enemy damage a couple times. Basically, it devolved to the other 2 players were doing DPS, and I was just spamming heals to keep everyone alive. Medium armor, 40% total DR, max vigor. I'm so squishy, what else can I do? Vigor, regrowth, bark skin, don't have fortify or triage. Fortify will help a good bit. What concoction are you running? Yeah, Bulwark can help. It's just a little hard to access in certain classes. XP. So there's a pretty big, noticeable survivability difference between running XP and then going to either Bark Extract or Matu's Tonic. One of the reasons I stand Alchemist so hard is you can have both on without occupying a ring slot.
What is our saint?
And having both of those is a huge jump, especially if you also have Fortify.
You bring me this in
80% DR and Blood Bond, you should be able to tank any single hit that isn't an instant killer or venom. Yeah. I'll be honest, haven't spent a single consumable in this game yet. Are you having Elden Ring syndrome where you're like, hey, I might need it. I might need it for something. It could also be, yeah, you are? Okay, I figured. Resource economy is also very tight in this game. Having the scrap to justifiably spend on the consumables when you could upgrade your gear instead, that's a tough balance to hit. So I totally feel you there. Like those rune arcs, yeah, exactly what I thought of. Some of them are pretty damn useful. Some of them are huge. Oto's Mark II with Labyrinth Gloves, Twisted Idol, Fortified, Mythic Armor, Effective Fragments, already 70% DR. Yeah, and that's without accounting for other things like resists are huge. You could have shield. You could have healing, like passive healing, relic effects. You can stack a lot. Typewriter, Bonesaw, in my opinion, yeah. Mambo number 5. Bonesaw has the heat mechanic to deal with. Typewriter does not. And while that isn't always relevant, If you're playing a gunslinger, you can sustain the typewriter for a long time. Whereas the bone saw has more downtime. Holy frames, come on. It's like 2 rune arcs and 100 hours of Elden Ring. It's definitely one of those items people just sat on. It's like magnum bullets in any Resident Evil game. Like, I'll need this for a tough boss. And most players just finish the game without having used it at all. Bark skin, DR fragments, and bulwark really to get 80%. And as good as that DR is, it's also worth noting that you can hit lower DR breakpoints where most attacks still can't one-shot you, but then you have the freedom to invest in other things. Like, I'm a big believer in healing efficiency. And having good resists. Because one of the reasons I wear the crown is that fire resist, even without being an alchemist, lets me just kind of hang out in any fire puddle that isn't from a Fey Archer without having to move. That's really valuable.
This ain't good.
Relax. So what are your thoughts on best mutator for a long gun? I use momentum, also really see the benefits of bullet weaver. I'm a big believer in twisting wounds, the bleeding one, because you get a good range damage number against bleeding targets, but also the application of bleed is so useful for so many reasons. Like, it lets you keep doing damage to things you're no longer looking at. It suppresses healing. It can be good mod gen if you build for that. Really big believer in twisting wounds. My specific build, I've been running 78% DR and also 100 HP per second. Yeah. That's a big thing, and I've brought this up several times in several streams, but I'm going to keep bringing it up. When people try to enhance their tank, they often neglect stats or sources. Like, the way you get real tanky is by combining things. Like, having a lot of passive healing going while also having DR, while also having high resist, while also having shields. All of that combined is how you mitigate damage. It's like, you're not going to do it with high health pool alone or DR alone in most cases. You know, DR alone is the highest peaking if you're going with one, but you're not going to do it with passive healing alone, etc, etc, etc. You need multiple.
That's it. For now.
I am the Bulwark Man. Hello, Bulwark Man. Oh, the crown just looked dope. It looks dope, but it's got good resists. Now, it does have trade-offs. Like, it's got negative resists on everything except for fire and blight. But that's fine, because not many enemies do poison damage in this game anyway. Um, Most bleed attacks are easy to avoid. And as long as I'm paying attention, Overload's not a problem. Hey, Lucky, how you doing?
Ugh, I don't like this at all.
Hold together frame rate, you can do it. I don't actually believe that you can do it, but I'm gonna gas you up anyway. Archon offer anything defensive? The Reality Rune skill gives you 25% DR while you're in it, and also slows projectiles. The mod gen can also be used defensively indirectly by letting you have better uptime on Song or Healing Shot. They're both good defensive mods. Havoc form can be useful in areas where there's, say, deep water, because you can move unrestricted through said water. Just floating. A little niche, but it has been useful. Did my whole PC crash? No. No. Okay. Remnant crashed so hard my whole PC stalled? Okay. Oh, that was a big crash. Huh. Oh, we'll boot back up. Alive? Yeah, we're still good. Yeah, an Unreal process has crashed. Low level fatal error. Doesn't tell me anything. Alright, I'll reboot. Give me a minute. Yeah, 100% DR against things that don't hit you. For the same reason, movement speed can be considered a defensive stat in a lot of games. Those of you lands players know that very well. But that's true in this game too. Thanks for your advice. Haven't found the bleed mutator in this run. Keep an eye out for it. Yeah, no problem. It's one I really enjoy. But as others have said, it's gonna depend on what long gun you're using. Okay, Steam is not responding now too. It's gonna depend on what long gun you're using. And some degree of personal preference. Remnant crashed so hard that it crashed Steam. Again. Come on. I was finding myself going back to the Black Maw. Black Maw is reliable. It is definitely like in the middle, maybe upper middle of overall level of power, but it's easy to use. And when you get uptime with it, it can perform. Black Maw is not a bad choice at all. I didn't love it at first, but it grew on me. I do think the typewriter is just kind of an upgrade. Like in terms of the full auto long guns that have flexible mod slots, it's probably Black Maw Bonesaw typewriter. In my opinion. But they're all definitely viable. There's still a bunch of long guns that I need to use. Pulse rifle, Wrangler being the lever action. Couple boss guns I haven't used yet. Namely, plasma cutter. And then a bunch of sidearms I haven't used. Yeah, we get a lot of streams out of weapon testing, honestly. I'm thinking next stream though is gonna be maybe I start a challenge run. I'm thinking maybe that melee playthrough. I'm debating on whether it'd be a fresh start or like an already geared run. I'll have to give it some more thought. I've got till tomorrow to decide that. I feel like the sight on the Black Maw for long range accuracy, less so on the LMG typewriter, but all the larger mag sizes. Yeah, the larger mag sizes are nice, and Black Maw doesn't have to shoot to get accurate. That is something in its favor. Wrangler always feels fun. Wrangler it's got a lot to live up to for me because the hunting rifle in From the Ashes was just the GOAT in that game. But I have high hopes. Fresh start melee if you're a masochist. Well, I would be able to get early World's Edge, right? So it's not too bad. Like, I could start Engineer to have Fortify off the bat and start leveling that. Or I could start Alchemist to get early progress towards Frenzy Dust. Probably start Alchemist. And just World's Edge. There's also starting Invader to get Wormhole ASAP. But I like the idea of attack speed melee build. Press our no account about items if you're a masochist. Not that much of a masochist. Because, like, if you're doing a purist fresh start melee run, then you need either Krellax or Huntress Spear. You can't complete the game without having those. And, like, you need to get one of them before Labyrinth. Preferably the Javelin, because Krellax for that is so scuffed. Mailing the Labyrinth cubes. Cheese did it on Apoc last night. On his stream. I watched it. I seen it. He used Javelins. Definitely could roll one a little some with Huntress. Yeah. You beat Bloat King or Gwendol melee only? Maybe Bloat King, because the orb can fly into melee range. It would just take you forever. So I guess you would have to go for the Krellax. Because you can melee... you can't melee Legion. but you can melee Kayla's Shadow. You'd have to get Kayla's Shadow Yesha and then get Endera's End for Krillax. Your thoughts on Savior as the final gun in the game? I'm kind of underwhelmed by it. It's got some cool concepts. I feel like it could stand to just have bigger numbers. Like, maybe a faster charge speed, definitely more ammo capacity, maybe a bigger mag. The mod has bad uptime to the point where I feel like it's underwhelming, because hitting all those weak spots while the mod is active is already a very tall ask. And because of the small mag size and limited ammo and stuff, you're unlikely to get more than a couple of those. So you only get the multi-target aspect of it. It's such a specific scenario. I feel like if they changed that condition to be weak spots or crits, it would be more desirable. I think Savior is underwhelming. It's not bad, but compared to a lot of other long guns, and especially because it is behind hardcore veteran, it could stand to be better. Because as it stands, Savior is worse than any of the precision starter long guns. On Master, Widowmaker, most likely Wrangler. And in terms of stuff you unlock later, all three of the bows outperform. When properly set up, Deceit outperforms as another fusion rifle. Always Ellie resist, man. I'm really gonna switch to deep frag. I don't need throwable melee weapons, just need pipe bombs. But are pipe bombs melee? Do pipe bombs scale with melee damage? I'm curious. Like, why would they? But now I'm curious. deserved that. I spaced out for a second, genuinely. I was just nothing behind the ice. I'll switch to defrag and that'll be that. Again, with other resist, I don't get it. I'm very unlucky when it comes to that, huh? Issue. Being way too greedy with my attacking. I can't actually full bore DPS race this, but I'm playing like I can. It's catching up with me. Without Ellie Resist, I could play like that. But alas. Deserved. Happens too much to be random. It is very annoying. Like, if I could take a modifier out of the game and just force it to always be another one, I would rather have to deal with Spiteful twice as much than ever having Ellie Resist. Okay, attacking me out here. That's cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bow with Hunter's March, infinite duration. Yeah. Oh. Ellie resist be like.
Oh yeah!
So realize you can just stasis the blue little guy and insta kill the boss when he's used to hate this fight. Yeah, there's a lot of bosses where you have cheese strats. Very few of them do I bother to do the cheese strats. But they're nice things to have in your back pocket for when you don't want to engage with a boss that just completely shuts off your fun setup. I totally get that. Playathon. Like, Huntress AI turns off if you hug her left side. If you just stand there and keep circle strafing, she doesn't know what to do. She just kind of just stays there. Phase 2 Alt Shahala, you can use the Link mod to force the first phase ending damage to kill the second phase boss. Legion and Custodian's Eye and a bunch of other bosses can get locked down permanently if you put enough firestorms under them. You know, there's cheese strats for a bunch. How can you repeat what you said about Ellie Resist if you said anything? Oh, I didn't answer the question, so yeah. Why is Ellie Resist that bad? Because, status effects, except for bleed, are counted as elemental damage, and any of the rounds mods, except for defrag, change your damage from non-elite to elemental. So, basically, it massively reduces most forms of damage this kind of build does. Like, it nerfs Enigma, it nerfs Overload, it nerfs all the dots except for bleed. It nerfs me when I turn my mod on. Got Braided Thorns and Burn and Destroyer in my shop on him. Ooh, I have Braided Thorns, but Destroyer would be so sick. Do I have you on Steam, CZ? I do, right? Don't think so? Oh, yeah, add me on Steam. Just, name is my, Twitch, should be. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I don't know my own Steam. Because, like, what it displays as to other people is not what it displays for me. Who's a rotating shop person? That's Cass. She's, your friend in the prologue of the game. An engineer armor and item? Let's go. You flexing the wrinkles in your brain today? Sure am, Coffee. How are you? Haven't really tried DPS roles yet. Seems fun. Stuck on the Uber tank mentality. So, like, DPS builds can get into this easily game-breaking state. Like, Hunter Gunslinger is wildly popular because it's basically just, if enemy has weak spot, you click it with gun until dead. That's it. Very straightforward. I like doing weirder flavors, like I'm doing a Challenger Berserk flavor. Mod builds are very broken if you lean into Firestorm or Tremor. Among a couple others, but those two in particular have had the best showings of just completely stun locking and melting bosses instantly. Large heart are only from cast. There's a lot of items that are only from cast. Like middling builds, one take a few hits, but also kill the thing. Yeah. Alchemist Medic right now basically can't die. Yeah, very tanky combo, for sure. Alchemist Medic was what I used for a lot of hardcore. I forgot to put myself to online on Steam. Let me do that. Imagine if Gunfire Games made a boss that steals ammo just to screw with Hunter Gunslinger players. I'm so on board. Although Gunslingers could still get around that, to be honest. Yeah, Gunslingers would actually be fine. Send an invite. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Because, you know, if you run Prime Gunslinger, it's free. Yeah, Hunter players would at least have to think. Frenzy Dust with Bulldog and Rampage makes that thing go burr. Ooh, I believe it. Definitely believe that. I really enjoy Rampage, because when you get a little bit of skill duration, it becomes much more comfortable to actually enable Berserk, and Berserk's stat buffs are so big while it's active. Wait for the expansion, it's gonna be so fun. Yeah, me too, me too. My game frozen again. What is happening? Oh, I got the loading thing. Oh, is it actually working? I tried to join Retor the other day and it was just like, no. Yeah, my biggest wishes for this game: improved performance, and stability, followed by a better resource economy, followed by more content. Just give me more of this. This game's great. Hey, it worked.
Well, hey, strange.
Burden of the Destroyer, Burden of the Audacious, Akari Warband, Broken Pocket Watch, Dead King's Memento, Ring of Flawed Beauty, all things Cass refused to sell to me for hundreds of hours now. Thank you, CZ the
Come
GOAT.
back if you need anything.
I didn't have any of those items. See? She hates me. How to get 53 ammo on your Moonbow? Gunslingers have extra reserve ammo. So at level 10 Gunslinger, you just have more bullets. Yeah, Cass just confirmed hates me. I think those are the ones I had in the past. That would make sense. Yeah, huge. Thank you, CZ. Dead King's Memento good? No idea. Haven't looked at it. Feelings mutual, Quaggin, you know it. Yeah, I hate Cass too, but like, she did hate-worthy things first. So I'm fine with perpetuating the cycle of hatred. Is it mature? No, but I'm dying on this hill. Increase of 15 health. 15 health is a lot. Like, health is just a really good defensive stat, unsurprisingly, but think about how valuable 15 is. If you have a base of 100 and attacks are balanced to do, let's say, half your HP, getting that 15% overall increase over the course of just a few hits survived, you are getting entire extra U worth of HP. That's big. And that's before factoring in things like damage reduction, things like shields. Remember, shields also look at your HP. Increases stamina regeneration by 25, reduces stam cost by 50%. That's so big. Those are big numbers. Like, what's default stam regen? 33. That's a lot. Holy shit. Also scales with things like regen or things that activate a percent health. Right. Used on an immortal medic build, resonating heart, since the relic heals for percent HP instead of flat HP. HP stacking good. Akari Warband, that'll be good for the no hostile action build. So Akari Warband plus probably feedback loop. Yeah, ranged weak spot damage increased by 25%. Range damage reduced by 15% when failing to hit a weak spot. So this with Deceit would probably be pretty good, huh? Like, you get the mod active, and then you just go off. 6 rings this run. Guess which ring it isn't. Aww. Yeah, that's just good. Unconditional 15 health. There's other rings that give HP, but like this one is 20 with a 10 stam penalty. Now, that's not a big deal. That still makes Seal of the Empress very good. But if you needed that 10 stam for some reason, Dead Kings. There's always just running both. It decreases ideal range of all firearms by 25%. Increases all damage dealt by 15%. That's so big. 15% damage in a ring slot is incredible. And I've been missing out on that. Bird of the Audacious doing a 75% heal penalty is... like, it's anti-triage, and I love triage so much that I don't know if I can ever wear this ring. I don't know about that one. But Burden of the Destroyer. Yeah, I'll use that on mod builds for sure. It's good on melee, it's good on mod builds.
This isn't looking good.
Starshot one of the only guns with no fall off? I think so. There's not that many that do that. Actually, I don't think there's any others. There's others that will be able to hit for like theoretically indefinite ranges, but they do have damage fall off. Starshot Big Bang is just like, I hit you. I don't care that you're far, I hit you, and you take big damage. So, possibly. Like, some guns fizzle. Obviously, Enigma's one of those fizzles at short range, but... some will be perfectly precise indefinitely. Technically, Alpha Omega's mod has no fall off as well, and that's pinpoint. Yeah, that's a good example. Does Merciless Railgun have fall off? I think it does. Figured I'd check. Oh, I took that to the chin. Yeah, I deserved that. That was just a series of bad choices. So remember how I said earlier, negative shock resist is not a big deal as long as you pay attention? I wasn't paying attention. So if you eat just like 2 overload hits when you have comparatively low shock resist, it's ugh. It's like getting a -6 from the crown. Not ideal. Not ideal. Optimally, I would switch off of it right now for something that keeps me in heavy roll, or just Letos and accept the bad stam. Well, I'm not gonna do that. They're in that ground just for looks. Really big fire and blight resist. Blight resist is useful everywhere. Fire resist is useful in a lot of places. Also, the weight maths out to keep me at the maximum value for heavy roll when wearing otherwise Leto's Mark 1 armor, which means this is some of the highest armor value you can have while remaining in heavy roll without encumbrance bonuses, other than being a challenger. Basically, with armor, you want to be as high in your weight bracket as possible without going over, while also having good resists, if possible. Closer. Wish I had that crown by trying to get the crown. Honestly, Alchemist totally memes the Red Prince. You get the extra blight resist, you get the tank and the stagger level from Stone Mist, you get the extra survivability from multiple concoctions. It's free. Looking for it right now? Nothing. I'm just enjoying the game. I am simply playing. Stubborn, you'll get it. Being stubborn can help you in some encounters in this game. If you're having trouble, it sometimes helps to take a break, step away. Like, for whatever reason, even just taking 10 minutes, getting a snack, having a breather, doing the exact same build you were doing can perform better. Very few W's are taken in games like this out of tilt. Sounds like he's about to use the F word. Fun. Imagine playing video games for fun. Such blood. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to go over there either. Let's go this way. So I put the un in fun. Does that mean you're the one for me? Multilingual Riz. Video games are serious business, no fun allowed. Hypo gets it. Doing this for fun? For fun? Fuck out of here. This is for gambling and mismanaging my anger issues. Not fun. Alright, that one's a little real. Damn. That's calling out several groups of people, and I like it. Forgot neglecting the real world. Neglected to remember the real world to reference in the first place. Therefore, being a true gamer. Sometimes I shoot gun for a while. We don't friendly fire here, Jaybridge. Haven't gotten handler to 10 yet. You haven't played the best class? Crushes Apocalypse difficulty? Best build? I thought you were different. Oh, I never have 1500 scrap? That's so fucking raw. I relate to that entirely too much. It says a lot about the resource economy in this game that having 1,000 scrap is, like, notable. But the most important things cost 1,500. Start calling a handler purple flash. Same energy. Most of Why did that trigger the sprint attack? Use how are you so scrap poor? Just upgrading all the guns? Yes. I'm a theory crafter. I experiment with lots of different things. Therefore, I have lots of things I need to upgrade. Modifiers, upgrades, yeah, mutator upgrades, consumables. Was paying too much attention earlier at the convo about firearm range related rings for targeting dual and brazier. Sniper sigil both work. Yeah, it was specific gear where we were questioning how they apply and if they apply. I was particularly Hellfire and Nebula. Across the floor, put me out of my misery. You drink too much again, Moo? You get crossfaded? It's 4 p.m., so I assumed you've been going for a while. Yeah, as an ordeal, it's just a max 1 gun. So much I've only ever maxed out 2. Can't decide which gun I want to play with next, dump resources into. Yeah, that is a good indication of an unhealthy resource economy, because a semi-open world Souls-like shooter with heavy RPG elements, and partial procedural generation does not need to have the resource economy of a survival horror from 1998. It don't need that. Does not need to be starving the player of the ability to try things out. It's hard enough to get a lot of things. Too many letters. I'm gonna start saying everything in just the letters. Maybe after you beat the game, somehow change the upgrade economy. Something like that. But I'd say it's a problem during a first playthrough, especially. Because having done a first playthrough with absolutely no idea where anything was, what was available, with 2 friends, and like doing every side dungeon and stuff, we didn't have enough resources to experiment. I experimented enough where I was consistently behind them in power level because I couldn't catch up. And these were characters we only played, at least at that point in time, with each other. So same exact amount of playtime. Which is the difference of upgrading a couple more guns can have far-reaching consequences. I confirm those rings do not work on Nebula and Hellfire. Yeah. Excited to see what direction this game goes with DLCs and such. Me too. Definitely. Breakfast at 7, just now eating lunch. I have not had food yet today. I should really change that. Can Explorer level 10 to get Archon? Yes. Explorer 10, Invader 5. Hey, Raph. It seems like Deceit might get 2 chances to proc Bandit 2 damage numbers. Yeah, that is how it works. 2 chances per enemy. Yeah, I can confirm for you. That is how it works. It also pierces, so if you have, say, 2 enemies, you have 4 chances. It is per instance this time. Doesn't quite work how it did post changes in R1. So that means exactly what you think it does for Twisted Arbalest and Aphelion and Enigma. First Games Bandit was weird. Yeah. I think initially, I didn't play during the content cycle, but I've been told that initially it worked closer to how this Games Bandit works. And that they changed it because of how powerful that was with specific weapons, namely the Devastator. Because Devastator has so many instances, people were just using Bandit with that and going infinite. So they made it, like, per trigger pull. Something like an ICD short fuse style type deal. You know, you could still work on Ricochet Rifle. But, it wasn't Machine Gun Spore Bloom type shit.
All right.
That Ricochet's attached mod. The mod's good, at least. Maybe not for single target, but it's great in mobbing. Makes it much less fun. If it had open mod slot, I would have done a lot less experimentation. Probably my fault for not being creative if a Ricochet rifle is available. The fault of me and people like me. My ilk. That's the word of the day.
Oh, it's over.
Wasn't multi-return, it's just 5 chances for 1 return. Yeah. In this game, it can multi-return. A little bit different. Like I said, easiest way to test this is go to the firing range with Aphelion and just shoot through. And you just never run out. You're just not capable of running out without absurdly bad RNG. So shotguns? You can shotgun with it too, yeah. Bandit Spore Bloom. Bandit Fords is probably the best showcase. I think it depends on the type of gun, because I only get 1 return on Deceit. Maybe it's projectile dependent. Two chances for it? Right. We got the first game to finish later a few days before starting this. It's gonna be hard to go back, huh? A lot of QOL in this game. Also, I guess some game design differences, like armor matters a lot more in that game. You have to upgrade it. I'm thinking about bandit mechanics. Trying to recall exactly what I was doing, because it's possible that might not have been a perfectly controlled test. I might have had something else on. Retesting is good. Retesting is good. But, at any rate, bandit very good. There's a bunch of mutators that I want to try out on guns. It's just hard for me to justify things other than Twisted plus Bandit on, like, a gun build. I don't have to recommend one or two long sidearm guns you reach for most frequent. I know you change your build often. Bulldog, the drum shotgun, is very reliable. You can use it for gun builds. You can use it for bot builds. You can use it for mod builds. It's pretty good mod gen on it. It's got a decent enough ammo supply. Just well-rounded weapon. Good in a lot of scenarios and a lot of setups. You can say the same thing for the typewriter, in all honesty. Typewriter kind of fills that role as well. Widowmaker is more specialized, but it's been my go-to for every time I have to fight Annihilation. I use Widowmaker. Now, I'm sure Crescent Moon can outperform if you've got that, but that's more specific of a grab. I guess I should mention Crescent Moon's just one of the best damage-dealing long guns in the game. As long as you can land bow shots, it's always good. For sidearms, Enigma, top tier. Starshot, top tier. Those two will cover almost every scenario. With the exception of any time where you need a mod slot. When I need a mod slot, I use either double barrel or rupture cannon. I'm gonna work on SMG because I like that for this provisioner stuff I'm doing better than I like Enigma for it, but A, resource economy, B, Enigma, lol. Like all the bows and Royal Hunting Bow is kind of a sleeper pick because mod slot. Yeah, I think I prefer Royal Bow to Sagittarius because Sagittarius mod requires a bit of investment. And when you get those specific things to invest, it ends up just being worse than other damaging mods. So running Royal Bow gives you a lot of flexibility, and then Crescent Moon is just insane. Or going pew-pew. Let's put it this way regarding Crescent Moon. I would not be surprised if they nerfed it in whatever next balance update they do. It would not shock me at all. Because it's currently a centralizing gun. Like how Enigma and Nightfall are and were. Like Sagittarius, because the big red number of the mod is cool, kind of bad. AoE feels too small even with Amplitude. Like, it almost feels like you need Amplitude and Detonation Trigger and Malevolence. And at that point, why are you using Sagittarius? It's like you could just take Tremor by itself, even without Amplitude. And Amplitude makes Tremor a hell of a lot better, but Tremor by itself better than that. And Tremor benefits from all the same things. Again, it's probably not fair to compare things to the upper ceiling of a category. Like, comparing long guns to Crescent Moon, comparing sidearms to Enigma, comparing melee weapons to World's Edge. It's always going to be a little bit unfair. But it should still come up.
All that remains is yet I did not. That is excellent.
That's fighting the game right here. Got hit because I deserved it. Kill issue. Dodge timing is bad, and I'm okay with that, because that means I get to do this fight more. I think I'm tired. Do I consistently keep doing that? Imagine learning. Deserved. Early. Such a good boss fight. Love that. Elemental resist hardy. I love when Apoc decides I don't get to use my build. Yeah, that took for fucking ever because of those modifiers, but I don't even care. I enjoy that fight enough that it was fine. I will brute force that. Let's go. Good job, Tried Time. Congrats. How to find this fight? Played Naruto like 6 times, never fought him. I was get the boomerang head end boss. So when you check your Naruto, Apple Juice Lamborghini, if you start in Forgotten Prison, you got this boss. If you start in Seeker's Rest, you got the other one. And then, you know, what I just did was the alt kill where you agree to let him eat you, and then the fight changes. I'm supposed to be going back to the ward. Royal Bow with rounds I feel performs better in most scenarios than Sagittarius. Yeah, I'd agree with that. You can tell which world boss you got by your starting area in each of the worlds. Like if you started in Morrow Parish in Losum, you got Nightweaver. If you started in the Palace, then you got the Imposter. Narud is Seeker's Rest is Shahala, Forgotten Prison is Talratha, and then Yesha. Red Throne is Corruptor, and the other one is Ravager. I drop magic. Just unlocked the hardest difficulty. What weapons you recommend using? I would recommend using whatever you are most comfortable with, and I know that's not going to seem like a good answer, but the reason for that is the things that change on difficulty, just how much damage you need to do and how much damage you need to survive. There's no mechanical changes other than maybe stuff with RNG modifiers on bosses. You just need to do what worked for you, but for longer, essentially. And there's almost no bosses in the game where you can't be patient. So, for example, if you are really comfortable with, say, the sniper rifle, use a sniper rifle. There's very few guns I'd consider bad in this game, and I don't think there's anything you can't force to work on Apoc. Some are going to be massively stronger. If you're looking for top-end damage dealing, in the long gun slot, you're looking at Crescent Moon, is really memorable, really notable. In the sidearm slot, you're looking at Enigma for anything multi-target, Starshot for anything single-target. And in terms of classes, I know you didn't ask, but in terms of classes, not Handler. Other than that, you can't go wrong. Survivor and vet do all modes permit kill. No, hardcore is the only thing that permit kills. You can do any difficulty on hardcore. But on non-hardcore, you get, you know, trial and error, just like normal situations. And vet difficulty, so I can play next mode and not be good. Yeah, and you can just up your current character to that if you want. Handler makes Handler bad. The answer to that question is another question. What makes Handler good? Because I don't know how to access hardcore. You got to make a new character. It'll be an option, a box you can tick when you create a new character.
Hey! Stop by anytime. You know where to find me.
Any other pros? I can pet my dog. Handler cons. Everything else.
Back in
Any new weapons that drop into the hardest difficulty? Yes. Each difficulty has a melee weapon and a ranged weapon that you unlock by completing the run. On Apocalypse, you get the sword that's on my character's back right here, World's Edge, which is just unquestionably the most useful melee weapon in the game because the charge attack makes this shockwave that pierces through enemies, pierces through walls, has a lot of stagger to it. It's just, this is the reason most people do Apocalypse, this melee. The gun's okay. But this is the reason people do Apocalypse. The stagger's crazy too. Yeah, World's Edge just kind of ragdolls everything. And I'll be fair, co-op partners can also pet the dog. How's that not a dub? I think that's a dub. We can count that as a dub. Hey, Mr. Lamprey, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Don't mind my PC trying to tell me to stop streaming. I got another adventure in me. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag, and I think entirely too hard about builds and skill trees and all that kind of stuff. I spend more time looking at that than playing actual games. Today we finished Hardcore Vet to unlock the Savior. We're immediately underwhelmed by it and went back to doing other stuff in Apoc Adventures. You have to do the story again, the hardest difficulty to do it, or just adventure? Story. You have to do the story. Did a chill veteran run to the end on Remnant 2. Came in here yesterday. Thought we'd come and check out a Rem player who knows what they're doing. I would say a Remnant player who just won't turn the game off more than knowing what I'm doing. That's how I like to consume games like this. I'm not mechanically the most gifted. I don't have, the best reaction time, and I don't always have the desire to run the strictly most optimal thing. But I like making up for that by just learning such a large amount of useless information that it somehow occasionally combines into useful information. So, brute forcing by overthinking. It can be enjoyable. Like, Hunter Gunslinger is really popular for click weak spot, thing die fast. So naturally, I don't want to do that because that makes too much sense. So I'm doing Gunslinger Challenger for having Challenger's Berserk skill up super often and holding down a trigger because it's satisfying. And as with every other Remnant 2 player, I have no resources, no scrap, so we grind and grindin'. It's only a matter of time before we get another rack stab situation. Listen, that's Rator's gonna do that. Rack stab was his fault anyway. Love having frame rate. Truly, one of the frame rates of all time. And for Duct Tape, Medic Summoner, held together with Hopes and Dreams. And Medic Summoner can do really well with that Relics, man, for sure. Alright, good new combos. I've been enjoying Hyperconductor with Rampage and Bulletstorm. Lets you stagger them, so you can get a pretty long window of uptime of just whether infinite ammo or a lot of fire rate. And it's very satisfying to play like that, because what I can do is I can have rounds, and then when my rounds end, I could pop Rampage, and then once Rampage is in Berserk, I can pop Bulletstorm, and then Rampage will end. I can pop rounds again, Bulletstorm will end, and I can pop another charge, and I can just cycle like that for a pretty good window. I can't say that it's as efficient as Hunter Gunslinger, but it is satisfying. And the typewriter goes burr. How you doing, Wisp? Good to see you. Catch? What am I catching? Is it a frame? Is it a whole extra frame? Always spoiling me. Oh, it's a frame drop. You're too kind. PC's so mad at me. Hardcore's done? Yeah, we finished. Finished pretty early today. How much time do you get to do damage to enter Rampage, and how much damage do you need to get into it? So you can increase the window of time you have to do damage with skill duration. So you get 11.5 seconds with the amount of duration I currently have. You can put on the ring for 25% skill duration. That helps a lot. I just don't currently have that on. But then once you enter Rampage, you then get another 17 seconds of both Berserks. Once you enter Berserk, then you get 17 seconds of Berserk and the Rampage benefits. So if you chain it, you can get almost 30 seconds. With the 25 duration ring, you can get over 30 seconds. It's real good. In terms of how much damage you have to do, I don't have a precise number, but provided you're mobbing and you get like 5 or so kills, you will almost certainly be able to berserk off of that damage. Not sure if there's intention for gun setups with like 3 damage boost skills on Hunter, plus 15% crit chance from Mark, plus weak spot, and more crit chance, and you swap to Alchemist, you get some fire rate and 25% damage. Alchemist is just good with everything. Alchemist is so good. I stan Alchemist. Hey, Allison Adventures. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well as well. Just in time for the fight to be over. So you got this game handled. I've been playing a lot. The frame drops are my PC protesting. It's just been kind of a Remnant 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 platform. It's unhappy with me. Is death from fall damage and hardcore as well? Yes. Any death that is not a scripted death. So, for example, to unlock the alchemist archetype naturally, rather than buying it from the vendor, you do need to get dragged away to your death in a specific spot. That does not end your run. But if you were to say, eat the fruit of death without having something like a black cat ring protecting you, then that ends the run. If you're to fall off a cliff and die, that ends it. Anything kills you, that ends it. Not to mention the money issues of consumables. Yeah. The biggest barrier to playing Alchemist is being able to afford the consumables. Although, I guess in a roundabout way, a max level Alchemist makes consumables cost half because you buy them half as often, but like... So nice they let some deaths slide. The sad thing is, initially they didn't. They had to actually patch, which is one of the many reasons I waited on hardcore. The other reasons being I'm a bit of a scaredy cat when it comes to permadeath runs in any game. Those scripted deaths did kill your character before the first patch for the game came out. So I imagine those early hardcore runners were not happy. Easy fix for getting scrap, invest in real estate. I thought you were gonna say crypto. Never finishing hardcore in 2P rate. Yeah, like Rat said, some people just back up their saves, and then if their hardcore character dies, just restore it. Kind of to be expected when they put rewards behind it. I didn't personally do that, but can I say that I wouldn't do that? No, I can't say that I wouldn't, just that I didn't. Hunter seems real hard not to take. Hunter has everything Rat said, but also more. Like, for some reason, Hunter gets wall hacks. Hunter has big numbers on its bonuses. Like, you can compare some of the bonuses it gets to equivalent bonuses on other classes, and Hunter just has more. Like, compare it to Handler's perk. Hunter has the same thing, less conditionally, with a bigger number. Also co-op and just crystal cheese. That too. What if they do transmog? I doubt it, but it'd be nice. Just careful around sewer grates. Yeah. Legitimately helpful in visually polluted bosses too. What, you don't like boss fights where all you can see is a red filter? Disappointed in you. Oh, you had better taste. What's the FPS there? Oh, I went to 3. I had 3 whole frames. Kind of a big deal. I should really cleanse this stack of cursed, but notes from suits to devs or just different versions of more red, please. The name of the game is actually a typo. It's not supposed to be Remnant. It's Redmint. Like those red and white or the green and white peppermints. Except it's all red. The bowl it's in is red. Everything is red.
Outsiders! Blast them!
Game, can I please have a stable frame rate? Like, you're already gonna clown on me in boss fight. It's fine. You don't need to flex with the trash mobs due to frame drops, too. Like, you don't need to. It's fine. You win. You've proven yourself. Like that Coldplay song, except not. What do you call something a typo? Why are you like this, Snow? Oh, hi. Oh. Please no bullets.
That was rough.
I think Skynet runs gunfire. I think it's Terminator vision. Next game's gonna be all black instead, because they saw a red game and they want it played in black. I don't think it was an actual question. JS, but I figured that was GFX. Figured that's what that was about. It was about Hunter free long shot just being that well disguised big damage boost in a lot of moments. Yeah, if you're doing hot shots with a shotgun, like long shot can be the difference between being 2-shot kill here versus 1-shot kill. So that extra couple meters is a lot. Where was I trying to go? I got totally distracted. And like, unlike Gunslinger, Hunter is not purely gun. Gunslinger just straight up doesn't have anything relevant for non-guns. But Hunter does. Like, Hunter melee is not a meme. Guess we'll grab that. Mark's probably too strong being on all 3 skills. I don't know about too strong. Because it's a facilitator, right? Like, you need it to boost something else. It doesn't directly do anything. I don't know. I don't think Hunter is too strong. I think Gunslinger is too strong. Despite being less universally applicable, I think what Gunslinger provides is
Pretty.
it's a little too good at it.
I don't trust this place.
Like, Gunslinger's third skill is loosely, every gun is Nightfall. Eh. Eh. I may as well cleanse. Like, Nightfall itself was in need of a reduction for being too centralizing. I'm thinking next adventure session I'm gonna crowbar Explorer into my loadout just so I can speed up that resource gain. I guess scrap will be a bit easier in the long term now because I can sell Relic Dust. I don't need it anymore. I have all the mythics. Finally. That last one took so long. I can start selling that for a little bit of extra income. Once I'm done with all the boss weapons, I won't need Luminite anymore either, so I can start selling that. And then once the mutators are done, I won't need Corrupted Luminite. So I guess that's a way to optimize your scrap income. Just finish out something else so that you don't need it. You don't need its crafting material anymore. Just complete everything, then scrap is fine. Except it's still not fine because consumable spam. Like, that's the thing. Even once you have nothing to spend scrap on except for consumables, good luck having a good supply. No. Most scrap I've had of a single time is like 6k. Most I've had was 20 or 30. That was after a couple adventures without bothering to check. And then it all went at once, the weapon upgrades. It does not last. Especially if you need to buy any of the iron from Cass, which you will need to do because iron also does not drop at a rate that allows you to upgrade weapons quickly once you get to higher power. Haven't bought this yet. Does this sword you have invalidate that spear you can throw? Mostly. Mostly. Not in every situation, but mostly. However, this sword isn't available until you complete Apocalypse difficulty. So, completely unavailable on a first playthrough of the game. and then requires a second playthrough on the hardest difficulty to unlock. Oh. Imagine dodging. Electric Axe is pretty sick. It's very cool and very stylish. It's just, it's a little awkward. Like, it's hard to actually start the charged attack if you're moving at all. Bit of an input weirdness. This might be a mouse and keyboard thing. I suspect it might be a little bit easier on a controller, but... I don't feel like doing that. Thought I melee build that spear would be sick. It could absolutely be sick. I see you doing so well. Keep it up. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Steve. It's I've been enjoying just grinding this game out. This attack is crazy. It doesn't even stop if you freeze them. Like, you could fully stasis, and the attack still goes. Go slap a sleepy Fey god tonight. Do it. That actually reminds me, JS, do you happen to know if, projectile speed, like from that ring that gives that, does that affect the Krell Axe and the spear throw? Very curious. Frenzy Dust Bulletstorm's a great feeling, and I'm not gonna swap to Hunter for reality checks. I can live my own world of lies. Frenzy Dust is so cool. I want to do Frenzy Dust melee stuff, Rat. I've done a bit of it. I had pre-nerf Spiteful Vicious Magister, so like he was untankable without going relic shenanigans anyway. So I went Challenger Alchemist for max attack speed and just Stonebreakered him, just DPS raced. But I want to apply that to like other melee weapons. It'd be cool if there's a imbue version of stasis, like a cold imbue. Yeah, that could be cool. I support that.
I don't like the looks of this.
As long as we don't get a cryo element back, it's good. Because cryo in From the Ashes was... It's like cryo in most games, where it's just, hey, you know that playing the game part of playing this game? No. Also, you can't see. Also, ratio. Vortex, ED Alpha. I guess it's time to learn that dodge timing, huh?
Okay, this is it.
Melee up and running. That was Stonebreaker. It was also with Berserker's Crest for the faster card effect. But Cry is stored in the O. Mr. Sean, you can make an Amara build in this game. There is a gun that has ricochet on weak spot when the mod is active. The mod changes it to fire damage. So it's indiscriminate with fire infusion. And then you've got a Ties That Bind mod that you can slot into guns. You've Challenger class basically has fracture with multiple charges. You can simply be Amara. One of us. One of us. Remnant ripped off Borderlands 3, gone sexual. Yes. But both copy it off of, and say it with me, everyone. Destiny. You guys didn't know, every single game is a Destiny clone. How to make the rules. Like, this is the Destiny of Dark Souls. Or is it the Dark Souls of Destiny? I hate everything I just said.
Well, at least that's over.
Not unless you mean I'm a remnant of my former self as I work all day and all night. So true. What about you, Time? Who's that? You. You know, you. How am I doing a side dungeon? I was just gonna do a quick adventure, but I got distracted. Okay, watch. This time, I'm gonna guess, and it's gonna be incorrect, like I've been trying to do, but I've accidentally guessed correctly twice now on this. So the way this works is we found evidence of which one of these three was part of the conspiracy to replace the ruler, right? And the dagger in the hilt has the insignia of one of them. You're supposed to look at the dagger, then accuse.
Send it away then.
I want to get it wrong.
For foreigners.
So I could look at the dagger and then just pick anything but that one. But no, I'm gonna flip this coin a third time. Flip it a third time. Surely it's gonna work this time. It works 100% of the time, 33% of the time, guaranteed.
If
You
the one as with have you both
Up down in this hill? No.
if
it is
all
I'm prepared to make an accusation. Haha, I got it wrong. See? 100% of the time, 33% of the time.
the
It's just that easy. Fixing Fey bureaucracy in 3 easy steps. In 3 easy frames. Exactly. Wait, you need more than 3 frames to play this game? That's interesting. Didn't even know you could fight. Yeah, you get a ring for doing it. But you can only fight them if you accuse incorrectly. And you can only make the accusation if you get the evidence. And then don't use it properly. Who appointed these Nazgul looking ass fuckers? They also just kind of eat people. Like, they're elected Nazgul that eat people. What is it about sentient beings and not voting in their best interests? Well, maybe we don't know that they have a voting system here. Kind of implied that it's an aristocracy thing. I suppose makes sense, because, like, elves in fiction do that a lot. And they did something really cool with the lore on Losum. Like, they kind of split elf tropes between the Dran and the Fae. They're, like, subspecies of elves. Pretty cool.
Alright, let's do this.
Who was throwing shit at me? Everyone.
Attack the intruders!
Ow. Damage. Oh, imagine frames. Pick up London.
They've come for us! Kill them first! Who's next? Outsiders! Get him!
Leave the big dogs alone. They hurt you if they run into you. Like, badly. And 80 Alpha is from the little drones. If you considered Enigma. When's the last time I reloaded? I do not possess Enigma. Starshot? Doing dot spam with Alchemist Medic, and it's cool. 2 burns, 1 corrosion, 2 bleeds, 1 overload. And their guns still do good damage. Only mentioning the grenades was a bit annoying how they made throwables. Yeah, I need to take some time, set some time aside, and actually figure out throwing arcs for consumables, because I've tried to weave it in some fights, and then it's just gotten me killed. Float King. Well, as long as it's not Ellie resist. It's, not gonna be Ellie resist, right, chat? Right? Can't use Enigma, it just feels so unfun to me, except for red balls. Totally understandable. I avoided it, like the plague for the first couple patches, and I started using it because now there are people saying that it's bad. So now I have to be a contrarian the other way and be like, no, it's not.
What is that smell?
Still on his punk ass. But we'll get it. As long as it's not Ellie resist, it'll be okay. If it is Ellie resist, then I will complain incessantly, but still be okay. All goated, let's go.
Take them together!
Bro got a little stuck there.
Here they are! Trespassers spotted!
Okay. Not Ellie resist. Come on. Come on. Please. I've been good. Please. Motherfucker. No shot. It happened. The idea was to come down here and berserk, but I didn't play that well at all. Wow. Wow, okay. Berserk animation taking me off the ladder. That's a new one. A drain on that is next level toxic. You don't do that much damage. I could probably switch to defrag mid-fight and not die. Maybe once the orb retreats. Ow. That was the plan last time. Just the instant berserk. So bad at that.
Come on.
And the logistics of how I can make that bleed. I mean, I'm not complaining, but... Can't tank jack shit with my build relative to yours. Basically, to play perfect for this fight. Maybe it's my issue. Getting a little bit of tank to survive stray hits is good. I didn't get increased damage modifiers there. Couple of things with this enemy, I suppose. There's large portions of the fight where you can't weak spot. It does like to kind of wander around. Just the biggest thing is staying on that upper level. As long as you can get the dodge timing down for the lasers, then you can just kind of hang out up there and strafe the slower projectiles. And it's not too bad. I took a lot of hits there because I could afford to. But that's not the only way of doing it. Just falling downstairs is where most of the problems occur. I guess it's technically better than having an arena where if you fell off, you just full died. But, like, having an arena designed this way with those annoying ads and then the slow ladder animation is... I don't love it. Not my favorite thing. Unironically, maybe that's one of the few uses for the ladder trait. Jeez, thank you for the 37 months. I had to double take because time is weird. Thank you so much. I fell asleep. How far are you to get in Apoc? I saw a labyrinth. Excuse me, allergies. I'm gonna be honest, I completely lost track of which one I'm supposed to go for. I'm feeling this one. Go with this one. The Nerd Arena that changes something Custodian's Eye. Yes. Much better implementation of Don't Fall for sure. Wait, I guessed correctly? I'm a god. I literally guessed.
Maybe I should check out that mural again.
Amazing. Fey Lens or just Aviation and Root Earth. Nice. You run into any roadblocks you weren't expecting?
Quag SIR.
Quag SIR. Thank you, Genchis. Forget to put Versus back on. Did. Now I swear, if Faerun has Ellie resist, we're gonna have a conversation. Though I've been using not being nerfed is interesting. Yeah, we were talking about Crescent Moon a bit earlier. I would be unsurprised if Crescent Moon took a nerf next update. It would not shock me. I don't think it's the most pressing thing for them to do, so I'm not necessarily... Not necessarily massively in support of it, but it's certainly a gun that exists. Totally doesn't invalidate a bunch of other choices. Only semi-roadblock was the Los on boss throws corpses every single attack one shot. Yep. The Magister or Magistrate. Whatever it is. That one. Yeah, that dude hits real hard. Most recent patch, I had him with Spiteful and Vicious, so literally untankable. So I just had to DPS race him. Write passive-aggressive email. To the entire world of Losum, yes. All right, so if this dude is LE resist, we're gonna have some issues. Got the other bow, and stats wise it beats Crescent, but the mod and Crescent's just too good. Right. Royal bow is good for when you need the mod slot. I think both are better than the third bow.
Yet. Ah. No.
Fucking swear, man. What is this? What is this? What do you mean? I was gonna use rounds to reload, but it's gonna lower my damage with LE resist. I need to just not use my weapon mod until next phase so I can turn on defrag. Okay, fine. Fine. Go ahead. Ah yes, thank you, Frames. Deck is not stacked against me enough already.
This is not as easy as I suppose.
Fucking sword. Ow. Wasn't toxic at all. Seriously though, does the game check your setup or just bad luck in a random modifier roll? I want to look into it now, because there's no shot this is random. Like, the number of times it just consistently gives me that. No shot it's random. Wow, that does so much damage on Vicious. Holy shit. I don't even have time to really get any shots in because holy fuck. Sure glad I landed 10 bullets. It was a good cycle.
That's over.
Had elemental resists on every single boss of that adventure. Literally every single boss. Thanks, game.
Looks like I'm full up. Bag's full.
Oh, sometimes you just gotta laugh it off, right? I love playing dot builds. I just do not love getting Ellie resist. This is, you know, more gun go burr, but dot is a big component of the damage. So whenever I can't have multiple dots going, it suffers. RNG modifiers is difficulty do be like that, huh? Anyway, yeah. So that's an excellent stopping point. Sometimes I wonder if the game's weighted towards countering your build. I feel like it's gotta be. It's gotta be. Like, on some level, it has to know. What's Ellie Resist do exactly? They take a lot less elemental damage. Throwing nothing but empathy on my relic spam build. See, yeah, it has to know. It has to know. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I did 7 hours today because game good. I'm thinking tomorrow I start a playthrough. I'm gonna do melee. Most likely Nightmare. Maybe I am crazy and decide to do Apoc. It's either gonna be Nightmare, Fresh Start, or Apoc Geared. One of those. Oh well, we'll see what happens. I don't plan on completing it in one day, but again, we'll see what happens. Let's see who's left. See where we can go. Mr. NNG is playing Wayfinder. Let's go say hi to him. Don't get to raid him often, and I would like. So, if you don't know Epic, he's a talented modder. Really into this Wayfinder game that I know nothing about. And he's been hyped for that since like it was announced. So pick his brain about it and Say hi from me. If you got my emotes, jiggle. Melee versus Cube? Yeah. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but what cluster are you in?